With a pin.
Yes, yes.
Morning, Gillian.
Morning. I just lost my phone.
Do you want us to ring you?
Phone. I think I put it on silent.
Or do you just want to make sure?
Okay. So let's begin with the karakia. Me karakia tātou. Should come up on the screen shortly. Pātaka te hau ki te ruru. Pātaka te hau ki te tonga. Ia mā kia kita. Ia mā tātā ki te pai. I ake ana te atakura. I tia pe huka. Pe hohu. Ti hei mauri ora. Kia ora. Thank you very much. Welcome to those in the room. Welcome to those watching online. And anybody who joins us via Skype. I don't know if we do, but that's awesome. We'll start off with the apologies today. Tyrone is joining us late, and apologies from Howard. I'm happy to move that. Can I have a seconder, please? Oh, we don't need to do that today. That's good habit that just comes to me, though, so that's fantastic. And we'll start with the open forums with our guests today, beginning with the Uruma Reserve Tracks with Sarah. Come on up. Please introduce yourself.
Right, I'm Sarah Vanderbridge. I live at my house backs up to it, so maybe we'll see I'm here to talk about today. So I have just a few points on requests actually for the Uruma Reserve walking tracks and mountain biking. So the first, let me just open my notes. I'd love a set of physical maps up there because I have been lost more than once with all the trails going back and forth, intertwining, and I don't know exactly where I am. I understand there's one online, but I don't know that I always get service up there, and it would just, and I don't always trust those maps, and it would be much easier for me if I could actually physically see them. I would love a walking only trail. It is dangerous as far as I'm concerned to be crossing paths with mountain bikers. They are coming over these huge jumps. They cannot see what's below them. And because I don't have a map partially, I have no idea where I'm supposed to be. So I do end up underneath and walking up where their ramps are dumping into. So from my point of view, that's just dangerous. And it's really uncomfortable to be walking in there because you never know when they're coming, right? And they're big drops they can't see. So I don't necessarily blame them for running into me, but I would rather not have that experience. And it's the only cool place to cool as in temperature wise, once the sun is really hot in the middle of the summer. And so I like to walk up there quite a bit because it's lovely and cool. Whereas if I walk up up all the way to the top for the emplacements, it's exposed and really, really hot. I'd also love the mountain bikers to learn some etiquette. I can't tell you how many times I have been walking on a track and I know I have the right of way, but one fellow just recently up on the summit track told me I didn't get out of the way for him, which has been my habit most of the time, but I thought, I can see this guy is not paying attention to me at all and I felt no intention whatsoever to stop, to move or to slow down or anything. So I just stopped and I said, excuse me. And he said, well, you're supposed to get out of the way from me. And I said, well, that's not the way I've seen the signs. They say bikers should give way to walkers. He said, that's not what it says up there. So I went up and took a photo of the sign and haven't done anything about that. I mean, I don't need to, but I think that we need to help them rethink some of their processes. They're also, I'm not sure all of those trails in Uruma Reserve, if they're legal. I think the group, bless their little cotton socks, they like to ask forgiveness over permission. And I think that just looking at that, because there's a lot of trails going in there, I don't know if they're all legal or not. I think Helen Shaw, who is the reserve's chair, is doing an amazing job. And she has She's been very neutral, very open, listens, asks, and then gets back to me about things. But I think she needs some support. What she said last time was, we are trying to slow them down. And so I think, so your people sent me to them, which I did submit something to them on Monday night last week. But they also need, I think, some support. You can't expect a group of peers effectively to be able to manage a group as organized and as keen as a mountain bikers are. I think that's it.
Great.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Questions?
Yes, I'm sure we do. Who would like to be first?
Julian?
I could have a chat about it, but yes. I mean, I think so I don't really have questions. I think the mountain bike etiquette thing, there's different people like there are in all walks of life, all interests. So some of them will be more polite than others.
I will
and
agree.
more cognizant of.
I think they don't, I looked at one of the signs up there and it was not clear. It shows a picture of a mountain bike and a picture of a walker. Does not show which one has right of way.
Right.
And that's at the very top of the four-wheel drive track as you're going on to the LPC land there. And I did take a picture of it, but it's easy enough for you to. So it doesn't say who has the right of way. And typically, so I think that that's an issue.
Yeah,
I think
that was going to be
it's
my
fine.
question actually, is how do we, or anybody, get across what etiquette is appropriate? So obviously that signage needs to be, there's a potential there for it to be clarified.
I think just as an observation, if I may,
Mm.
I think the RMCs all probably need some sort of safety plan. I don't know if I'm speaking out of turn here, staff, but I think, because it brings in all sorts of other issues, and how that's managed. Because particularly with the shared walkways, it's a huge issue.
I hear what you're saying as far as it's
because
whenever there's shared pathway, there's potential for this.
that got me going on this as well.
Okay.
Can I? Yeah, thank you, Sarah. You mentioned that some of the tracks may not be legal. So,
I don't know if they are or
it-
they're not.
so are they not all mapped, all the tracks, or?
I don't know. Again, I can see the map there's a website that you can see the map on, but I don't really, it's on my phone. It's hard for me to see and it's hard for me to know what's real there and what isn't. So I don't know if they're legal or not. I do know historically there have been many that have been built that weren't exactly permitted. I don't know how that stands now.
Okay, I think that this could be done, clear signage and making sure that there is a walking map or a biking map.
Gianatano have done it very well.
They
They've
have the
got a
same
major
issue.
map, and they've got street signs on all three tracks, and they've named them street signs.
So that's potentially something we could ask staff if they have an answer now, or we can get them to inquire.
We can certainly get some updated information from the park staff, who obviously collaborate really closely with the Reserve Committee. What I can tell you is that illegal track building by mountain bikers across city parks is an ongoing issue, and it has been an issue in that park, which is why we now have one of the reasons that we have a very clear development plan. And as soon as unapproved tracks are discovered, they are broken down. One of the reasons that they now have a user group representative from the Mountain Bike Club on the Reserve Committee is so that there can be ongoing connection and interaction with at least some mountain bikers, but not all of the bikers who use those tracks will be club members, kind of thing. Yeah, so it is an ongoing management. All the time, actually, and not just in Urumo, but in other reserves as well.
Yeah, I think a good place would be to map those tracks, I think, so that both bikers and
They are mapped on the development plan. It's a very clear development plan, but what Sarah's asked for is to have some signage on site that shows this track, that track, some markers, I guess. They must have different coloured markers for different kind of types of tracks, and have a really clear on-site signage to know who gives way to whom. So it just helps those who turn up who might not know,
Right.
to know A, where they are, but B, who's got right of way.
Okay.
And again, I'd love a walking only track if possible, just because, I'd feel safer.
Yeah, I
in
thought there
that.
were, look, I don't know.
And there
I
may
thought
be,
there-
but
yeah.
I can't figure it out. Do you know?
Yeah.
I don't know.
Well, that's one thing we can ask
Yeah.
the staff to follow up. to.
Yeah.
So thank you for bringing that to our
Great.
attention. It's great, especially leading into summer, and hopefully you'll find some cool spots there this summer to go
Yes,
relax.
great. Great, thank you.
Thank you, Sarah. Appreciate
For
it.
bringing solutions to.
Yes. Thank you. Julie, welcome to the table in regards to Pilgrim's Rock, 175th celebration. Oh, we've got Julie and.
No, I'll just help her.
Oh, right.
She has an injury,
Oh, okay.
and I'm just making sure she doesn't get another one.
Very gentlemanlike. Welcome.
Thank you. My name is Julie Cruz and I'm on the committee for the Canterbury Early Settlers Association. In the year 2000, Canterbury celebrated 150 years settlement, and that was called the Turning Point 2000, which CCC was very involved with. And with the arrival of the first 4 ships into Littleton Harbour, where the early settlers stepped ashore with the Pilgrim's Rock, this was the starting point for our ancestors to start a new life, of course, in New Zealand. And next year in 2025 is the 175th celebration. Looking forward to the historical time and organising. We are trying to organise and promote Christchurch and Canterbury and celebrate our diverse province. A trust has been set up to do this with Anna Crichton as the patron. I'm not as such on organising committee, but I'm aware of what's going on. So on December the 27th, 2024 at 9 a.m, the tall ship Mr. Sheldon arrives in Littleton, and it's one of the first schooners, the last of the schooners that sailed under the Dutch flag in the 20th century. And it's about the same size as the Randolph, and that's coming in, and it will be there till the 2nd of January, and it's kind of an enticer to having the tall ships next year, and they come on the 16th of December in 2025. So there'll be celebrations around that, and when we come to 2025, there'll be a reenactment and a procession from the wharf. The early settlers dress up, and it will follow through to a commemorative service at the Rock, and that's involving a lot of people, and it's very, very special. And the wreath is laid. So planning of events for 2025, there will be a New Zealand Defence Force gun salute. There will be a tree planting. There'll be a commemorative service, and after that, we're thinking there'll be walks open to the public of the bridle path, maybe over two weekends. Will also be the early settlers will give ribbons out, and we're working with Ferrymead as well, and they might have a country fair as well. Hopefully historical houses will be opened, and there's a lot. The Primary School Association is promoting history and settlement of Canterbury with the support of the History Foundation. We're involving school children, maybe following the early family from England, following it all the way through, and what became of that family when they settled. And they'll be doing drawings, and there might be katahakas, and there's a lot of ideas going to involve children, which is lovely. And also there could be, and there's an idea for a memorial dinner at Christ College in the Great Hall, which would be quite nice, and that will be again dressed up, and we'll have some music for that. So there's a lot going on. That would use the pre-departure banquet that was in England to do for the banquet hall, just as a feeling. It's not the 2000, but it's the it's not the 200 years, but it's the 175. So it's just ideas at the moment. So that's roughly what we'll keep you up to date, and I'm sure you'll hear about it from on the Christchurch City Council, what's going on anyhow.
It's lots of organisation.
It is.
Going into
It is. And another matter, I'm seeking approval to go forward with this idea of mine. At the corner of Norwich Quay by the overbridge, we have the Rock Precinct. And I was thinking maybe to do, and it's a 3.2 metre area, to stamp 4 ships cut out in concrete. So concrete will be cut out very thinly, and a drawing will be templated in dark colour of either the first 4 ships or 1 ship 4 times, about 40 to 35 centimetres with a 40 centimetre gap. So you've got 4, because I've noticed people standing on that corner, especially tourists in the boats, and they're looking around and they don't actually know what's going down. This would tempt them, think, oh, what's this? So I'm working with, we've got services, artist and a concrete specialist will work together. If this is approved, it will be sealed and level, so it won't have any water getting in. So it'll be probably halfway in the concrete from almost the edge to start of the steps. And that would lead down. Just an idea, but I would like you to consider that, because it's a very special idea. It will be there, it will tidy up that area, which I'm trying very much to do. Yeah.
Perfect timing, the time of year.
Yeah.
Okay, great. Well, we'll probably have time for one question and then we'll go from there.
Surely you've got time for more. Okay, so the funding of this, where would that money come from?
I believe the early settlers will put in 1,000 or 2,000, but then I have to work my magic.
And if you had talking to the staff about that, are you talking with the staff at all, the council staff?
No, I haven't yet. I want to see if there's an idea that will be approved first, your ideas of whether it will pass. I bumped into Gary McCormick. He's offered his services to possibly put feelers out in the community. And also I will do whatever it takes to, maybe through Joe, helping me the right channels for funding. Yeah. But I know that council probably are not there to.
Sure. Well, what we can do now is we can ask staff what the possibilities of highlighting that particular area for the special occasion. And I don't know what that means as far as, because that's sort of out of our purview, but we can ask staff to follow that up in regards to what the regulations are as far as safety and maintenance and all of those things. So at least you know what the potential next steps are. So what I hear you're after is some way of highlighting that area so that people follow the trail down and actually see that site. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, I think it's important to tidy up that area. And it's just, there's so many people on that corner and they're looking around.
That's a good idea.
Sure.
And it will just lead to something.
Sure. And your idea is to have some plaques in the concrete,
Yes.
right, of the council, and that's what you need.
Millimetres.
Okay.
Yes, and it stamped on a template into the concrete.
Sure, sure.
Have
you seen that,
Using a
Tommy?
similar technique at Takapaniki,
Mhm.
and you can cut into the concrete and put a message in there.
Mhm.
Mm.
Right, was that appropriate thing for staff to follow up?
Was this to have in time for the 2025 event?
Yes.
Right, not for the.
No. No, to get that area tidied up, looking good. It's a very important area. It's quite gone.
Yes, I have seen some photos come through.
Yeah.
I could do a bit of a.
It does. That's my mission, to get it done for that celebration. So it looks tidy and we can be proud of that area.
Yeah.
That's where it all started.
Excuse me, board, the staff have talked to
Actually,
me about
Started
this.
the next
Yeah,
round.
replacing the green sign,
Replacing the green sign.
and the rubbish bin top's going to be cleaned shortly. It has been suggested that that's the port company's fence that goes around the bridge, whether you've approached the port
I have.
company to tidy that up.
I have.
for you.
I've written to them.
Yeah,
Okay.
and you don't want the utility box moved, do you, the big thing in the pavement? Because
No, I
that's
just want the pavement
$1,000.
tidy. It's all broken around that, and that would look tidy if it's just resealed.
Okay. And that will be followed up with through Joe, I'd assume. And as it approaches closer to the time, we'd love some update of how things are going and what to expect. That would be wonderful.
Okay.
Thank you so much for your
Thank
time.
you. Thank you.
Appreciate it. Fantastic. Information session and workshop items. We've got Patrick to come on up from Christchurch NZ. He's going to chat to us today about cruise ship season for this summer.
Kia ora koutou. My name is Patrick O'Sullivan. I'm the Destination and Experience Manager at Christchurch NZ, and part of my role is to assist management of cruise from Christchurch NZ's perspective. So I'm attending today at a request for information, and who's driving? Oh, there, great, thank you. I'll look this way then if that's all right. First up, you're probably all aware of the background. Large cruise ships returned to Lyttelton in 22-23 summer season following the rebuild of the cruise berth and the end of the COVID period. That first season had a very limited planning window because the borders were closed for cruise ships, and the government only announced late in May that year, with the first ships arriving in the country in August and in Lyttelton in October. At that season, the cost of the city shuttles that were put on by the ships was particularly high, and there was a lack of onboard communications which supported people to use those. This led to the community and the bus system both being overwhelmed by the number of visitors. You would have seen that the 23-24 season was a large improvement. This was based around lower price point on the city shuttles, but also the improved communications on board and more support for the public network via ECAN, particularly having a coordinator on knowledge. Additional number 8 services were added. However, it's not clear how much of an impact the actual number of services made, but possibly ECAN could provide that information. Where am I pointing?
It is over here. Yeah, thank you.
Just make sure it's turned on its side. Well, it worked the first time, didn't it?
If not,
We'll just
our
jump
staff can do it. Just
Okay,
point,
you,
point and there'll be an indicator.
I'll wave it. Great. So for this season, we have 71 port calls at Lyttelton. One ship has already visited, which was Monday last week. That's a reduction of 15 from the number of services that were scheduled last year. Planning has been underway for several months amongst all the key stakeholders. So that's Christchurch NZ, City Council from a transport point of view, ECAN, LPC, and a range of other stakeholders such as the ground handlers. The ground handlers are the ones that coordinate the movement of passengers between the ship and around the region. ECAN removal of additional funding for the service has been known since they did their LTP round. So there has been a lot of engagement around mitigation for that shortly. Primary focus has been encouraging the use of the city shuttles, and that's been done via the cruise lines using our ground handlers to convey that information. So some of the mitigation planning we've done to try and counteract the negative effects. So during the conversations with cruise lines, LPC has been very strong on requesting that pricing for the shuttles continues to be set at a price that appropriately attracts their usage. So LPC manages all of those conversations with the cruise lines as it's their customer. This year, onboard communications have been strengthened significantly, even further from last year. So that message, which on board is displayed via screens, but also the larger cruise lines all have apps which their guests communicate via. So that communication includes the city shuttle being the fastest and most convenient way to access the city, also the best way to avoid being left behind by the ship at the end of the day. That Lyttelton is a small township that can be easily congested, and that the community therefore requests consideration from the visitors to prevent overwhelming of the town and of the bus service. Therefore, the visitors are encouraged to spend their time in the central city rather than Lyttelton. And that the central city has capacity for cruise visitation and will therefore deliver a better experience for those passengers with more activities and attractions. Following the success of last season, one of the things which has also changed is a lot of the community forums that the cruise ship passengers use. In that first season, There was overwhelming chatter to use the public service because it was so much cheaper than the than the city shuttles. However, that conversation has kind of faded away due to the success of last season. So there's not that ongoing talk about how will I get from Littleton into the city. Just an update on Norwich Quay and the proposed parking arrangements and pickup arrangements. This replicates last year, and this transport team at City Council is working on finalising. One of the changes is moving to an electronic form of signage. Last year there were significant costs in managing the transport shrouding of signages. So this year the proposal is where the city shuttles stop will be electronic signage, so we don't need to hire contractors to replace those. The other change is the pink line there is where our independent excursion operators pick up passengers. That area will be allocated as permanent bus parking for the months of from beginning of November through to the end of March. However, there won't be any enforcement on non-cruise ship days. Observations from our first visit last week. Diamond Princess, she was carrying just over 2,500 guests. We were told that she was above 95% capacity, possibly full, so a good test. Observations, so I was here in Littleton. Number of bus service was used by a small number of cruise guests. A majority were using the Littleton shuttle to access their private excursions, which are the buses which park ahead of the shuttles. There was a service which was delayed by around 6 minutes, and that was due to the bus driver having conversations with the cruise passengers over change, etc. That bus was also arrived late, which compounded the delays. Visitor numbers to Littleton did not seem to congest the Main Street. In saying that, I was here only in the morning, but from feedback we've received, it didn't appear to be overwhelmed. We did have protest groups here in Littleton and Cashel Street. At the Cashel Street end, there was disruption to the city shuttles. They got blocked for around 10 to 15 minutes until police were able to attend. Potential risks for this season, the removal of the number 8 bus is not considered a major risk. Stakeholders have been discussing that for some time. We don't consider that capacity is the main issue. The removal of a metro representative on Norwich Quay is likely to have greater effect as it leaves the bus drivers to manage those conversations, whereas last year there was a coordinator there that was able to sell day passes and facilitate passengers getting on board the bus quickly. There are 4 dates in November where large ships clash with NZCEA exams. You're probably aware ECAN is investigating options for that. We can also hold conversations with the ground handlers reinforcing those dates and see if they can pass those conversations onto the cruise line, so it's a joint management situation. Protest action at the cruise shuttle arrival point, we're expecting more of that this year. That can there's a risk that could affect the city shuttles and force passengers to move to the public service if that causes too much disruption. Again, that will be conveyed to them through the notice boards that they all kind of follow once they're on board. We did have, I know there was an older couple last Monday. One lady was particularly shaken by the protesters who have loud megaphones. This year we have reduced visitation. So as I said, about 15 for this season. Next season, the schedule is looking like we're down to 58 ships. So that's another reduction of 18% on this year. So quite significant if you look over at this year and next year. That's reducing the economy of scales for running things like the city shuttles and also excursions. So that's a potential risk. At this point, there's no quick fix for that, and it looks like it will be an ongoing situation through to around 2030 based on conversations with ground handlers. Just giving you an update on our impact report that we had run about, it was an economic impact, but it included some surveys on both businesses, passengers and residents. From the survey, we found that businesses were largely finding that cruise tourism either very positively or positively impacted their business revenue. And they identified that they felt that cruise tourism overall impact to the local region was predominantly extremely positive. We did have 18% of businesses who said either negative or extremely negative. And the key reasons that they called out were crowding out local customers, damaging the environment, and putting pressure on local amenities. From the resident survey, so we had around 3,200 responses. This was done by the Living in Christchurch survey that the City Council sends out. You will see that Akaroa and Littleton both had the higher number of residents who were saying there was a negative impact on them, which is probably to be expected. Littleton had exactly the same number of people say that there was a positive impact as there was a negative impact, and then there was a group in the middle who were not impacted. There were 52 respondents from Littleton out of that. These are some of the reasons for both positive and negative perceptions. The main one, residents identified helping businesses stay viable, atmosphere of vibe, making me feel proud to be part of this place, building awareness and infrastructure is built that benefits me too. Some 30% said no or no, none or no positive impacts. Negative impacts, climate change is recognised, putting too much pressure on community infrastructure. Litter and waste generated, we think they mean as a ship as a whole, because cruise passengers weren't leaving more litter around. Damage to natural environment, and it takes longer to get places. And then just over 40% said no impacts. I just put this one in here because the residents do agree that there is pressure on community infrastructure and services from cruise ship visitation. They also agree that planning can help mitigate those challenges. So by working together, we can help solve some of those issues. Thank you. And finally, the results from our economic impact were that, and we used 3 sources of data, so surveying the passengers and then 2 sources from the government, which is International Visitor Survey and Tourism Satellite Account. So passenger expenditure alone falls in the range of 23 to 35 million. That range is because of the 3 sources. So the 23 million is from us surveying passengers in Cashel Street directly. So that's the lower end. That's missing out a lot of passengers who are doing shore excursions as they get off the ship and come back to here. So they weren't surveyed. Direct contribution through port fees, etc., was 5.3 million, and indirect contribution was 0.86 million. I think that's me. Yep.
Yeah. So that leads beautifully into question time, I think. And
Just trying to go fast.
no, I know. Well, you're right. We've got some good stuff to get through today, but lots of good stuff. So we'll start with Nigel. Go.
Yeah,
And then
question, I guess, the ships I think are about the same or slightly up in Akaroa this year.
17 this year,
Yeah,
so it's up by 3.
Up by 3. I guess one of the big issues that we have here is a question that you probably can't answer. But why do they come into Akaroa, then get on a bus and come to Christchurch? And from an environmental perspective and from a local economy perspective, that is so negative.
Yeah, so we obviously don't control where they go. So Akaroa is being visited by the smaller ships. The largest one this season, I think, is about 1,200. Majority are below 700. We're not actually seeing a lot of visibility of when they're coming into the city. Generally, those will be ship-sold excursions on those sort of ships, and they'll probably be doing a loop, including the city, maybe a hop-on, hop-off today. So there's plenty, they're going, those ships also take people out to Arthur's Pass. They're going quite far afield.
okay, that's good. Thank you, Kathy.
Just looking at the survey questions and the results and that, I think it just raises the question that more conversations and more stakeholder and these open conversations need to happen, because we need to really find the balance between the industry what we've got in infrastructure and the environmental stuff. I think we just cannot deny that we need to
Yes.
have more conversations and find that balance.
Yeah. Luana, and then Asif, and we'll finish with Gillian.
I don't know if you can answer this question, but I guess my concerns are around environmental impacts to the environment.
Yes.
How often are the holes cleaned? Are they checked regularly by customs? or-
Yes, so that is one of the reasons given for the drop-off in cruise visitation over this season and next is, while New Zealand's had the biosecurity standards in place for quite a while and have been giving ships warning, last season was the first where they became particularly rigorous about it. And a number of ships got to New Zealand. There is a cleaning process which they do far off the shore of Tauranga, in deep sea, where anything knocked off the hull basically dies. However, if conditions aren't suitable, then they can't do it and the ship gets bounced out of the country. So that's a big concern for cruise lines. It's great that there's no cleaning facilities in Australasia that are suitable for them before they come over here. So that's a big risk for the cruise lines, but it's right for New Zealand's position.
Asif?
Yeah, thank you, Patrick. I have two questions. You mentioned that when planning this season, you consulted with a range of stakeholders. Does it include Littleton community?
We did try to do our survey through the community, the Littleton Harbour Business Association. However, didn't receive a response from their email. And then the only other way is people like Sarah who kindly connect with us. So we've had regular meetings, but a bit of visitation to Littleton as well from my behalf, which I will continue to keep up across the season and ramp up. I'm new into my role. I came in towards the end of last cruise season, but that's now that they've got a focused person. I do other things as well, but
Because that would be challenging given that there are no extra buses.
Yes, so that situation will be watched very closely.
Do you have a plan B?
The plan B is to call for help from so Christchurch NZ's role as a coordinator. We don't have any funding to contribute. We can't pull many levers, but we can be the connector into LPC, ECAN, City Council, and the cruise lines.
In either ways, it won't be fixed during the season. If there is really
It can.
down.
I think last season demonstrated that it can be fixed quite quickly. The funding issue will be the biggest one this year. So last season started badly, but was able to be turned around quite quickly when everyone got on the same page together. We're expecting the shuttle pricing this year to not be as low as last year, but not as high as the year before. The cruise lines have indicated they'll be charging a cost recovery basis. So what it costs them to run the service is how the cost is passed on to the cruise.
Second question, you mentioned there has been reduction in the cruise numbers. So is it because of how it is being managed here, or is it
No, so this is a nationwide issue and pretty much an Australasian issue. So they are redeploying those ships into areas of the world where where they make better yield.
So keep going. So who's next? We've got Gillian, yes. Okay.
Thanks for the presentation.
You're welcome.
So a couple of questions. So one of them you partially answered, but asked a question about which businesses. Well, my question was how many businesses were surveyed, because there was percentages, but we didn't know what percentage of what. And yeah, just quite disappointing that Littleton businesses weren't. Well, I presume they weren't. None of them were included in that survey then.
No, so the majority of the business results came through the Central City Business Association because they did send out the survey for us.
Right. Okay. And how many would have responded?
I think there was 80. I'd need to check that for you.
Okay.
Patrick can get that information.
Yes, yeah, that's a good idea, because that's something that could be followed through.
Yeah.
I wish, like, seriously, we could spend a morning on this, and I really wish we could, but we've also got some other guests that we need to talk to about our annual plan stuff. One last question that I will ask of you is, how is the destination management plan implementation going at your end at Christchurch?
So that's my role as well.
Yeah.
So a lot of this year has been meeting with people and coordinating. We've identified kind of 4 key overarching projects which cover both our Christchurch, Canterbury plan and Banks Peninsula. Just quickly, those are dark sky and stargazing, food provenance, which we're looking for a person to help us develop that story, cycleway connectivity, and developing sustainable and decarbonised itineraries. So we're just in the process of forming a report which will go to council.
Okay.
All council
Great.
stakeholders. Yeah.
So we will see you again soon then.
Okay,
With the
if you would
report.
like.
That would be wonderful. Yes, I think that it's very obvious from this morning and everybody goes, oh, no, Patrick's leaving, no. Okay, so thank you for your time. Sorry to rush
You're
everybody
welcome.
on this one.
Thank you for having me.
Thank you. We do have, we've got Gavin for a very short period of time from Three Wards program. And we need to hear from him because it's going to be relevant to our annual planning. So Gavin, if you're online, we can see your name, but we can't see your face. Can you hear us?
Board members, presentations on the agenda.
Agenda. Yeah. What will be?
Can you hear me okay?
Yeah.
Elder? Hi, Gavin. Thank you for your time. Thank you for your patience as well.
No, that's fine. It's interesting. So I sent through a presentation. Hopefully you received that from a run through.
It's just going up now.
All right, brilliant.
There we are.
Oh, there we go. Yeah.
That's it. So these are I'll take you through the presentation, which covers the proposed changes for the annual plan compared to what was put in the long-term plan not so long ago. So going to the first slide, we'll go to the next slide, please. So I'll take you through these are the proposed budget additions that we proposing that we add to the annual plan. The first one is wastewater new mains. This is where due to intensification and also potential impacts from Plan Change 14, where we have 100 small diameter wastewater mains, where we identify those for renewal. And we have also identified that those mains are under capacity. We've got additional budget there to increase the size of them. So we have renewal funding, which covers the cost of replacing the asset like for like. This funding here allows us to go up a size bigger to account for intensification that's happening across the city. The next line item is some funding there for the Opara Road catchment on-eye reduction, which is a current existing project. We are just topping some budget up there, which we've identified that we require to complete that work. Next line item, CWTP additional polymer plant. That's a new project where we need some additional assets here to improve the sludge thickening, which is an impact, actually an impact from the fire.
Yeah, sorry, Gavin.
Excuse me, Gavin. That's the Christchurch water treatment.
Sorry, yes, Christchurch wastewater treatment plant. Yep. Next line item, Wainui wastewater treatment plant. There's a historical issue there where the treatment plant sits on land that the council does not own. So this project has been set up for us to look at options, either procuring the land or, worst case, moving the treatment plant. Next line item, urban stormwater detention and treatment facilities. This again is due to intensification and also potential impacts from Plan Change 14. So again, I forget the exact numbers, but in some parts of town we may have impermeable areas of only 40% where rain can't soak in the ground. Intensification will see that going up to 70%. So we're going to have a lot more runoff that we have to manage. So this funding is there's 19 million put in there to either look for land to hold stormwater during storm events, or other means to mitigate the intensification. The next line item, Littleton Harbour wastewater pump control. So we also have the Littleton project, which completed last year. This work is to go through and some of the old stations update the controls to so the system works better. The final one is the CWTB activated sludge plant. So that's the we had in the long-term plan 115 million for the replacement of the trickling filters. So you would have heard in the last week we've got insurance payout. So we now have a project underway to replace those trickling filters with the activated sludge plant. This 29 million is to top it up to the budget that is required to complete the project. So obviously that'll be part of that will come from insurance. So on to the next.
Excuse me, Evan.
Yes.
You may wonder why the wastewater treatment plant is in this presentation. We've got stuff, product going from Diamond Harbour through to our Bromley wastewater plant.
Yeah, and yes, yeah, correct. Yeah. On to the next changes. So this proposed rephasing. So this is the rephasing that's occurring across all our budgets. Now this presentation covers any changes across the Three Waters program. So a lot of the changes are quite minor. So due to where the project currently sits, and we've identified what we have a forecast what we'll be spending next year. In some cases, we're forecasting to spend more than there is budget next year, or in some cases less. So there's a bit of a shuffle of budgets to better align them. I suppose I'll highlight the main one there for you is obviously we're bringing back 5 million for the Akarawa wastewater treatment plant and reuse scheme. That's because we have the forecast has shown that we'll be spending 5 million more than what we had budgeted for next year. The other changes, obviously a big change here from the bottom line is the wastewater treatment plant activated sludge plant, which is replacing the trickling filter. Due to the delaying, we're in a holding pattern until we got the insurance payout. We are forecasting to spend 16 million less next year, and that's just a result of the delay in starting. All the other changes are reasonably. If there's any questions, you can ask me about any of those changes. But that's just rephasing, moving money around through years. So go to the next slide. This will cover stormwater rephasing. Again, stormwater has been a challenge for the last couple of years due to consenting. We do have a pathway now with ECAN on the groundwater consenting that was holding us up. So that's where there was significant impacts in those programs. But again, a lot of rephasing, mostly on the ORC projects, where we're looking to kick off some of those, particularly around stop banks sooner rather than later. So go on to the next slide, please. So there's two carryover actions from the long-term plan. One was Port Hills and Littleton Harbour erosion and sediment. Council requested that we look at reinstating so we reduced funding in the last LTP due to trying to stay within a funding envelope that we were provided. So in the LTP, it was raised to reinstate that funding in the annual plan. We have done that. So we're reinstating the funding to be 1.2 million per annum. There was existing budget within the LTP, hence the reason. So the proposed budget increase, what that does is it brings the budgets up to 1.2 million per annum. The reasons you'll see FY26 and FY27 and $0 is because we actually have this funding program, we actually have a live project which has 3.4 million remaining to be spent on. And that's underway at the moment. So that funding has been proposed to be reinstated. On to the next slide, please. there was a request in the long-term plan to look to increase the funding for water main renewals to remove the backlog of renewals by 2034. What we're proposing here is that for FY 26 and 27, you'll see the funding that we're proposing to reinstate, and that takes us to the next long-term plan where we'll then consult on what additional funding is on the future years. So this is funding topping up the existing program. So from memory, this year would probably have budget of about 35 million in water main renewals. So this will bring us up to about 40, 45, 50 million in years FY 26 to 27. Next slide, please. So this is our current capital program, just to show what the current program is. And then if you go to the next slide, net change. So this is the net change when you take into account the additional budget we're adding, and also the rephasing of budgets, the impact to the bottom line essentially. So next year it works out to only be a just 1.8 million increase. The future years, FY 27, 28, there is and 29, there's a jump there. That's largely driven by obviously we've brought some budgets in there for the stormwater, purchasing land for stormwater, but also I think the big impacts there is the rephasing around the trickling filter, the wastewater treatment plant trickling filter replacement. So go to the next slide, please. This is where we land on our proposed budgets. Next year, the capital would be 279 million, then jump up to 359.8. Now, it again highlight out to say FY 29, we have significant capital projects, Akaroa wastewater treatment, the trickling filter wastewater treatment plant in Christchurch, the trickling filter replacement. We also got two other large wastewater projects in Christchurch, which are to deal with, one is to deal with reducing overflows, and the other one is to open land out at Grasmere for development. So that's that over the next 4 years, there's a lot of work happening in that space. So that's a conclusion of my presentation. Happy to take questions.
Yes, Nigel.
Yeah, hi Gavin, thanks for that. Lovely numbers. I'm from Akaroa. The I&I reductions, is there stormwater, there's some money there, 5 million there. What is that exactly? There's a lot of stuff being dug up over there and a lot of details going around catchment of stormwater and stormwater getting into off roofs and into the stormwater system. For
that I&I reduction for Akaroa has been done under the main project, so that's refunded for. So there's no numbers in this presentation that relate directly to that. That's within a current project.
Great.
Okay, thank you.
I have some questions around the flooding protection and control reducing work. Flooding reducing. So there was ongoing costs, and then it looked like it was reducing over a certain period of time. We also have a lot of area which is rural land, and understand that right now rural and urban flooding is considered different. And we're wondering potentially, is there any ongoing funding for rural flooding, flooding of rural origin is what I'm trying to spit out.
There are some specific projects, but yeah, right. The focus has been urban.
There's such a huge percentage of the area here on Banks Peninsula, which is council area, which is rural. So as a board going forward, how can we access funding for that rural land to help mitigate any flooding?
I would have to have a look and see what program funding. So we have the way our budget's set up. We do have program funding, which from years, sometimes normally years 3 out, is not defined. So I would have to see, there could be some funding available within those programs that could be, but I'd have to come back to you on that.
Yeah, no, this is tricky, and I'm putting you on the spot, and I appreciate that.
Right.
But it's obviously something that we will need to look into, and we're kind of signaling that's important for us as a board to investigate that.
Okay.
Asif's got a question.
Yeah, thank you, Gavin.
Yes.
Just looks like that the funding was reduced in the LTP, and you are basically reshoveling the amount to bring it forward so that you could continue doing what you were doing. It's a good one. Where does depreciation of existing assets sit in this plan? So all your wastewater or stormwater assets, they will be losing their value in the long run, and they will be needing replacement, capital replacement at some stage. Where does that?
Yeah, so we do have our renewal budgets in the long-term plan across the 3 waters. Can't remember the figures off the top of my head, but I mentioned before in water mains, for example, this year we're probably doing 35 million in water mains, and wastewater would be very similar. So there is significant programs for renewals, and again, I'm just going to top of my head. I think last LTP, so this financial year, over 50% of our capital program would be renewals.
Yeah, thank you. And second and final question. The future of 3 waters, if there is the change in how it is being managed, legislative change. So how would that affect these estimates you have made now, and how that will affect the long-term plan, annual planning you are doing now?
Well, it won't affect the estimates at all. I mean, the estimates are based on markets, not on whether we remain in house or whether we become a CCO or anything like that. That won't impact the capital program. How it'll impact planning, I mean, the planning function will always be there. It's obviously the question is, which I don't know, is where we will be in 2 years' time. And if we were separated out, what's the interaction between council? I mean, that's I don't know where we're going to be landing, but the planning for 3 waters will always be an important function. That won't change. It's probably more a case how these conversations will happen in the future. I don't know. I don't know where we're going to be landing. That's a council decision, hopefully in the near future, so we all know.
That's good. Yeah, good point.
Thank you.
I just have maybe the last question by the looks of it, about the Wainui land there. And is there a possibility of potentially buying that?
We hope so. We've been trying, with obviously not much luck. We'll continue, but that would be the preference by far. Otherwise, we will have to move the treatment plant.
Okay.
So it's not. We're more than happy to buy it. Yeah.
Can't you just acquire it under the legislation that lets you local government?
I think that'd be very difficult, because what happens is you've got to consider all options, and if there is an option to do something different, then it's got to be last resort.
All right, well, we look forward to hearing back about that some more when anything evolves with that. Yep. Thank you so much for your time. Really appreciate it. Good luck with this season.
Thanks very much. Okay.
Cheers.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Right, we've got transport programs. Good timing. Who have we got? We've got Stephen, David, do we have Jacob as well?
Yeah.
No?
Yeah.
David's already here.
Okay, great. Come on up. We've got 3 seats. Feel free to.
Board members, we have loaded a presentation on board devices.
Cool.
Sorry, it's a bit late, but
It's okay. We've got an hour apparently with you guys, so we're looking forward to this.
it's an annoyingly big presentation.
Dated scenario, you know.
We've got a copy of the board.
It's one of those ones I would have pressed down more if I had a bit more time.
No, this is not a problem. We
Sorry
actually
for such a long
appreciate.
presentation. I didn't have time to make it short.
No, I'm saying it's a good thing. We feel like we need to, you know, get the most out of this if we can. So thank you.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Transport programs briefing. So I'll start with a really sort of high level, and then we'll build into the details. So, it's purpose of briefing, purpose of programs, rationale for selecting the projects, and then we'll quickly put up the projects that are relevant to your community. Basic Transport has about 1.6 billion allocated over the next 10 years in capital works. We split that in our asset management plan into access, environment and safety. And from there we had programs, and below that are projects. So there's this cascading thing from portfolio, pillars, programs, projects. Some of the programs were completely allocated to projects at the beginning of during the LTP. So that's quite a good example there at the top. You can see every single one is a line item with a project and a location. But some of the others, such as this one below, so the transport structures, you can see there's quite a few elements within that are not yet defined. So that's what we're here to sort of discuss, is those bits that aren't defined yet. So the projects that sit within them, how do we select those? There's an awful lot of data that we use. So there's a few example things up here. So top right, we've got this asset condition. So that looks at the road structure and strength. Top left looks at the vehicle counts. Bottom left is our safety data. Bottom right is the NLTP. That's a screenshot from NZTA's funding model. So just to give you a sense, there's a huge amount of data that we use, and different projects, different programs use different bits of data to define them. So at the end of last week, you should have got through a sheet which had a table. We'll put those tables up again, but they define the kind of the data that we use to select the projects. Are the projects fixed? No, is the straight answer. You probably heard the same thing from Gavin, that the year 1 is very much locked in, year 2 is mostly locked in, year 3 is a bit more play, and the further out you go, the less locked in they are, the more scope there is for change.
Planning priority.
So I was going to say, yeah. So I want to quickly touch on this. So we get an awful lot of funding from NZTA through the National Land Transport Fund. I'm told that it is the highest source of funding after rates. So it's a big source of funding, and a lot of it, we actually did quite well. There's a lot of talk about how the local government element of the NLTF got reduced, but actually we've come out like a 30% increase in allocated funding compared to the last NLTF. And we're well above, in terms of the increase, we're well above other comparable councils and other South Island councils. So we're actually in a pretty good position on that. But they have very strict rules about how you can get funded, the kind of projects you can get funded. So it's not a kind of wish list and we turn up and they sign a check. We have to follow strict rules and get audited on it as we go through. There's a whole set of other funding that we get from other places, some of it from central government, some of it from other places. But again, they have really strict rules about the way that we do things and the eligibility and the reporting requirements. So we have to be quite strict, and these programs are focused on maximising the revenue that we can get from those sources. So this is probably the interesting bit. That's all the preamble. I guess we'll start with condition programs. I've got one little slide, and then I'm open to questions from that point on. So I just want to be really clear on what we mean when we talk about resurfacing and rehabs and street renewals. So resurfacing is literally the surface. So it's Sometimes you mill a bit off and put some on, sometimes you just overlay, but effectively it just deals with the surface. Rehabilitation deals with the structure under the surface, but it's only curb to curb, so it's only the boundaries of the road. And then we have what we call street renewals, which is where we go all the way out to the boundary, right out to the fence line. And then obviously footpath resurfacing is footpath resurfacing. Steve was very keen that we showed this link at the bottom, but you've been given that lots and lots of times before, and that takes you to a GIS map which shows you the surfacing and rehabilitation programs for this year and next year.
So I'll just talk a little bit to that because we've done a lot of work with our comms teams in and around council. So if any of the member of the public ask them questions on it and you send them that link, we've changed a lot of the terminology to make it really easy as possible for people to understand what each of these different types of work is and what they're expected to see here on the ground. So at the moment, we're working through next year's programmes, and they won't be firmed up for at least another 2 months yet. Once they're confirmed, they'll be on this web page. But all that's on here right now is this year's.
But that pulls from exactly the same data as our contractors use to go out on the ground. So it will, if it changes because that's what we're going to do. And it will change live. So as priorities change, things change, we can't do a bit of work, we do an extra bit of work. It will automatically update on that.
It gets updated every day.
Excuse me, guys. We have a lot of shingle roads in Banks Peninsula. So could you just explain the resurfacing and rehabilitation for our shingle roads and the level of service? Because asphalt, yes, we have them in our urban areas, but we don't have it in our rural areas.
Oh, I'll have to email you through the level of service for unsealed roads. But unsealed roads don't get rehabilitated or resurfaced. They get either a metal build-up or regraded. Okay. So they get regraded. They get, I think there is a 12-week programme. So it's continuous through the year.
Is that accessible through that Improving Our Transport with Super?
No, not for unsealed roads.
Okay.
But if you're interested in understanding what and where, I can email it through to you.
Yep, awesome. It's good to know the differences there.
And then this you should have had before, so I'm just, when we talked about the rationale earlier on, this breaks it down by programme, what it is, where the data comes from, what the criteria is for selection, then how they get prioritised. So we do say, oh, there's 100 projects to be done here. Well, which one goes first? And that prioritisation is about that. And then how it's validated and the cost estimates, where they come from. You should have been sent this last week, I think, so you should have access to this.
Yep.
So I won't focus too much on this. I will jump to that, which I believe is the list of
for this year.
The sites for this year.
Well, that's on the web page. So it's been on the web page for about a year.
Yep. Right, you waiting for questions?
I'm happy to take questions. Pretty much they go on like that. So there's FY26.
Yeah.
And then I've got the rehab one. There's no rehabs scheduled in the board area.
Shall we start?
Street renewals is the same, but path renewals and there's those. So yeah, we'll fire in questions.
Shall we start with general questions about the start, and then we can get into the nitty gritties of specific projects? Does that sound okay?
Yeah.
So if you've got something specific, maybe write that down. But if you've got something general,
general. Just really quickly, since you've said that list was from a year ago, and then, like, for example, I guess Snap, Send and Solve would be giving you things that are happening now and you respond to it. How much does change in the how you respond now and what your whole plan was? Just
Well, that web page on there doesn't link at all to Snap, Send, Solve. So Snap, Send, Solve, this is our capital programmes.
Right. Okay.
So, for instance, in probably sometime within the next 2 months, I'll probably be looking to do another workshop like I did last year with yours to let you know what roads we're planning to do next season. And what we do on there is, because there's a whole raft of things we have to balance, as Jacob was saying earlier on, we have to balance all of the stuff in order to get their Rākaihautū funding. What we also look at on there is SNAPs and sole service requests and where they are. So I'm working with my contract managers at the moment and identifying where do we have areas with a significant number of SNAPs and solves, and how can we then capitalise that work. That's the kind of thing I'm looking at right now with the team leaders.
Yeah. I mean, especially saying again about the shingle roads and the rural roads, that's probably one of the main forms of input that we get from the community is through Snaps and Solve, and just personally people talking to us as well.
If there are localised issues that you send through Snaps and Solve, they will get dealt with as maintenance issues. And but what Steve was saying is if there becomes an identified issue with lots of snaps and solves over the same type of problem, Steve will look to try and capitalise that and turn it into a project rather than just maintaining.
Also on there, you think, although we have a cyclical way of moving around on the unskilled roads, we inspect them and grade them, we only grade it if it needs it at that time. Otherwise, the grade operator goes to the next site. But likewise, if he gets a snaps and solve, as soon as he's finished one site, he'll head over and fix it and then carry back on his programme. So we average, how many service requests do you think we average a year for unsealed roads? 31. Since 2020 to
31
to 2024, 31 service requests is what we average per year, and not all of them are about the surface. Some of them are about cattle grids, clearing vegetation off the sides of the roads. So, although
that's surprising.
Although it's about 50% of your network, it equates to very, very few service requests.
Right. So the
It
grumbling
might generate noise,
yeah.
but if it generates noise, get them to create a service request.
So we're obviously hearing stuff that they're not necessarily doing. We'll get to you, Nigel, and Kathy, but we need to keep encouraging people to do that. And it's interesting that you're going to set that up. Is that something that over time you might report back with the ideas, you know, as you're getting an idea of what a project could be from them?
When I come in and present to you and show you what we've got, I'll explain what and why. And then that's your opportunity then to add in where you're hearing noise about. Because bear in mind, we hear a lot of noise about paper roads or four-wheel drive tracks, but they're not maintained as unsealed roads.
Nigel.
Yeah, I think this is the touch on segue off Kathy. Yeah, I think and you too, Madam Chair. I think what I'm seeing here is obviously planned works. How did you get, and what tools did you use to get to those as planned budgeted works? Do you understand?
Just before that, there's the table I had up before, and that lays out the.
But who said the cemetery road in Wainui needs to be? I'm not saying arguing. So the question if it does or doesn't, but how did you get to that point?
Most of it comes from nearly all of it comes from asset data and different tools that we have, electronic tools. It's not just people going out on the ground and looking at them. It's when was it last surfaced? What's the age? How many failures are we getting on it? When the machine last drove over it? How rough was it? Do you know what's whole?
It's a road inspection.
Road inspection is just one. Yeah, one road inspection is just one tiny component of a massive amount of tools.
Okay, you're next, and then Asad after that.
Just understand the tools.
Yes, good question.
Thank you. Just the other question, I think you mentioned about how strict rules you have getting funding from Waka Kotahi, and in terms of, thought where I was going. What strict rules and how you try to align your funding to it. Just explain some of that criteria and then we can talk about
So for us, it's pretty easy because Waka Kotahi say they give us a work category number that relates to, for instance, street renewals, and it will tell us what's in scope and what's out of scope. So if we look at, for instance, councillors right now are looking to have more influences into street renewals. So if we provide a programme of, say, the top 50 streets around the whole of Christchurch and the Peninsula that meet the criteria that Waka Kotahi set, and then we've ranked them using both Waka Kotahi and Council's tools to go, this is the top priority and this is the lowest priority. If we choose, or if the council chooses one of the lower priority ones to go above the higher priority ones, we are then at risk of being found out by Rākaihautū is spending the money in the wrong place at the wrong time. So we have to balance all that. So what it means then is, if we take one road over another, we have to then hold the previous road for a period of time longer. And there's always a financial penalty for holding a road, because you have to do something, you can't do nothing. So Rākaihautū stipulate very clearly in black and white terms what is in scope and what's out of scope. That then forms a whole load of our decision making, because then we have to pull in the council's desires and the drivers to do a road. And it might well be that council decide, well, actually, we're going to do that road and we're not going to follow the Rākaihautū principles, which means we're going to 100% fund it and not claim any money from the agency. They're the kinds of things that we have to balance.
And so the road being just a road for cars, or a road being for moving people on?
It can be roads, footpaths, it can be anything, anything within the road and corridor.
Yeah, thank you, Steve, Jacob, and Stephen. Being Peninsula has got a significant number of roads, I think about 612 kilometers of farm road on Peninsula, of which 272 kilometers is sealed and 328 kilometers is unsealed, and 12 kilometers unsealed grass roads. And given our experience working with the contractors in the past, the cost of maintaining unsealed roads are quite high. Is there any plan or a program, or in the short run or long run, to gradually improve, not just improve the unsealed roads, but seal them over time, 5%, 10% here and there? Is there any plan like that? And if
sorry, there's currently no plan to upgrade from unsealed to sealed, but there is a plan to do something more with the unsealed roads. So I think a couple of months ago, Councillor, you drove some of the unsealed roads with our daughter.
Yes.
We heard
It was
about
a month, 1 month ago.
Yeah.
So one of the things,
And I was incredibly impressed.
so it's really,
Although I was driving up the devotional stock route yesterday, and that was a bit rutty, so, you know.
I suppose one of the key things is your Banks Peninsula contract is out for tender very, very soon. So there are 4 tier 1 contractors and 1 tier 2 contractor currently bidding for it. So one of the key things that I've put out onto the contractors is I want to challenge all around Australasia what we're doing for unsealed roads. So I've already met with contractors probably about 6 or 8 months ago and looking at using different products in unsealed roads to try and lock the top surface together. So, for instance, you think if somebody's going to reform, reshape a road, they go along with a big grader and it's got big claws, and they rip it up and then go over with a grader and reshape it. Or we can add more metal on the top to give it a better running course. What nobody's looked at so far is the possibility of spraying a product on the top of the road that then locks it together and holds the shape for longer. These are the kinds of things that I'm challenging contractors on, and it's part and parcel in the new contracts to whoever wins it. It's going to be one of the key things about the non-price attributes. It's got a really significant score related to unsealed roads.
so they will perform better, as good as the sealed roads, or it will be just a little
An unsealed road is never going to perform the same as a sealed road. And it all depends on what traffic uses it. So, for instance, we don't have a lot of ability to influence logging and logging trucks. Just destroy them, and they have a legal right to drive the roads. So we just have to work.
Take the trees off the peninsula.
Yeah, well, there are some companies that work really, really well with us, and some companies that just don't tell us and just go ahead and do it. So it is a challenge that we work through.
So is there a way moving forward to make the percentage of roads sealed every year if it is asked by the council, or
I'm sure there will be a way that we can look at it, but it's not something that we do within maintenance, because I'm only funded to maintain everything in a like-for-like basis. But
Absolutely. We've got nothing funded at the moment. So if it's something that you thought was important, then I think this is where you get to conversations about you need to advocate through the annual plan for funding to be put in for that. But at the moment we have no projecting for that. So that there's no way for us to fund it.
Yeah, thank you. And
We've got a few
Just
other
one-
people waiting, so
one more
you're
question.
good at keeping
Yeah.
the questions short.
Yeah. So you mentioned that there were only 31 service requests on the peninsula for
The
unsealed.
average, yeah.
Yeah, on average, yeah. The document I shared, Tyrone, had 10 or 12 service requests, that I gave some feedback from the community for you to drive onto those.
Oh, you gave me a list of roads that you thought were in bad condition.
Not, I thought, it was the community feedback.
Oh, sorry, you know what I mean.
Yeah. So there were 10 just within a week. So they don't get through the council.
I don't know. I'll just email you what I've got.
Okay, so that is very interesting. I will share that information. Thank you. Yeah.
And we may come back around, Asif, you don't have to do all your questions all at once, feel free to ask more. Tyrone.
I've got some quite specific ones, so I don't know if I want to just do those now or.
Go for it. Sounds fun.
See, but just on Steve, you're just talking about logging trucks and stuff. Like, do we? I know other councils around the country have had similar problems and have tried to build the logging, or forestry block owners or logging companies or whatever for damage on the roads. Do we have any recourse like that? I mean, we do get like impact. Obviously, that the inner harbour route gets pretty hammered. Is there anything we can do there?
If it's stuff around the direct access to the plantation, I think we can and we do. But generally, if it's along the route, we can't, because legally they're allowed to use those routes. We have looked into it. It's been quite a big problem, particularly on the inner harbour route. We have tried doing stuff in that and got nowhere.
Right.
As I said, we've worked with a number of the logging companies where we drive the routes with them before they start, and we do a dilapidation survey, and we say, right, if you upgrade that bend and that bend, and some of them work really well with us and pay some money up front and upgrade things so that it's not going to fall apart. And then the same way as we plan our capital works, we tend to work in with the likes of Three Waters and everybody else, so they can do their work first, and when we know they're finished and they're out, then we can go behind them and fix the roads. So that's what we did over your neck of the woods last year. I think we waited till a whole load of logging and finished on the road, and we planned our capital works to coincide with when they finished and got out. Now we can fix the road. It's not an issue.
Yep.
And we've just got a couple more general questions, and then we'll get into the nitty gritty of specific places.
Yeah, I've got some others. Yeah, that's it. Yeah.
Is that okay?
Yeah.
Cool. We'll go Ken, and then I'll finish with a couple general.
Just a real quick one. So is there a product that can be sprayed on an unsealed road?
There's lots of different products. This is a matter of going to be giving them a go and trialing them. So,
and they're environmentally friendly products.
Everything we use on the road is designed to stay in the road and not affect any waterways and vegetation.
Yeah, because there's that mix that gets used, that gets made up at the devotional quarry, I think. You use it for some of the roads, and it's a phenomenal mix that when it sets hard, and it's just amazing. It lasts such a long time. It doesn't rut half as much.
Really good.
Like we've experienced that.
But they're not consistent, that's the thing. There's one lot, it would be amazing, and then
the next lot might not be. But anyway.
Okay, so that's something to ask with contractors if there's an actual recipe that is successful to stick with. Okay, so that's along my question too, actually, is in regards to what's the advantages of that seal? Is just longevity?
Yes,
okay,
pretty much.
Okay.
So what I'm looking at some of your most heavily used unsealed roads, and see if we can try on those first to see what kind of impact it has. Because I've been challenging, you think Fulton Hogan have a load of contracts over in Australia, but a lot of them are unsealed roads, and they take very heavy traffic. So I said, if it works over there, let it go over here.
The better it works, the better it is for us, because we'll need to maintain it less, which means we'll have more maintenance money to do other stuff instead.
Yeah. Okay. I was going to ask about the NZTA funding a bit more. Was one of the criteria it has to be associated with the NZTA road? No, so it can be anywhere.
It's anywhere on our network, but the Rocket Battalion funding stipulates if you have to follow it in order to prove value for money. That's what it's all about. Doing the right thing in the right place at the right time.
Okay, that's good to know. And that'll probably be to do with usage as well. Okay.
Yeah, it definitely uses the traffic
High
counts. I mean,
use,
that's
yeah,
why I
traffic.
put that up there is, yeah. Yeah, if you've got money to spend, you'd spend it on roads that have big numbers.
So one of the things you saw on the screen that Jacob showed before was when he said top right, there was a tool that you may have seen that we've had a truck driving your network in June. I think it finished in July. And we drove every sealed road around the whole of Christchurch and the Peninsula. And we were in five vibrations and had lasers bounce all through the road because we were measuring the strength of every road. So we now know for every sealed road around Christchurch and the Peninsula, which roads are weak, which ones are strong, and what the remaining residual life of every road is.
Every road. Every road.
Every sealed road.
I mean, there are some very small local roads that you couldn't get into, but yeah.
Great, thank you. We should get to specifics now because I know there'll be a few and we've only got you for another 20 minutes or so.
We've got some other bits. Yeah, I was going to say there's more, yeah.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
If you've got any other questions, you can email them through. We'll just
Sorry, I misread that.
Yeah, should we flick through the rest of the presentation,
Yeah.
then all the questions can go at the.
Definitely.
Yeah.
We flick through. Sorry, we don't know why that gadget doesn't always work.
It worked perfectly.
I know.
Oh, there we go. Back.
Fix it.
Magic touch.
All right, yes.
Yeah, so a couple of quick slides on traffic operation safety program. It's made up of 3 separate programs of minor road safety, school safety, and minor safety interventions. There's a difference between minor safety interventions and minor safety. We'll talk about in a minute. The way the LTP was pulled together, we actually lost the school safety budget. So what we did in place of that, we just basically amalgamated all the school safety stuff into the minor road safety program. And how we prioritise projects within that program is as shown there. So it's risk-based, it's data-driven, so that we're making sure we're dealing with the worst areas. And again, that ties into the whole Rākaihautū side of things as well, to make sure we get funding for it. For the school safety stuff, yeah, we do take into account community interest, accessibility, and the big one is risk. So that's like a data-driven safety program. You all got this, you can work through that. There's again a screenshot of what the program looks like. There's nothing on the BP at the moment. The minor safety interventions one, this is where it's a little bit more community driven. The smaller budget, but this isn't necessarily based just on data. This is where we get feedback from the community, we get tickets, get information from yourselves and from councillors, and that's what we use to build this program. Once we get the list of sites, we still prioritise it based on risk and so on to make sure we're dealing with issues where they're most needed. But yeah, we try and address local concerns. And this is, even if it's a small budget, it's quite an important one because there might be a specific issue to local communities. Just like I can't cross the road here, there's no median or there's no refuge. But there might not be any crashes there. So we never stack up from a data-driven point of view, but to the locals in that area, it's really important to have a crossing there. So that's why this program is quite important. Do that one. There's a few jobs. So what we've done just to make sure BP has some projects in here, there's a long list of lots of minor stuff, but we've allocated a portion of money for next year to do, we just call it Peninsula minor safety. So any issues that you have with safety, come and speak to us and we'll get them included in there and try and get them through. We are looking at a couple of jobs this year at the moment. There's one at the bottom of Dyer's Pass, Governor main road. We're looking at options there.
Cool.
One, to try and improve the access to the bus stops there. 2, to try and reduce boy racer activity. It's quite a popular burnout sort of spot is that intersection. So we can do something there, that'll be good. We've already got some designs roughly drawn up. There's a few other little bits and pieces that we're doing around the peninsula as well. We're still looking at options in terms of how to get people across to the bus stop over at the Pātaka as well. Bit safer there. And there's a few minor things over Travers Bay Way that we're considering. But again, they're more sort of community driven ones. So if you've got concerns, come and speak to us and we'll try and fit those in. That's minor safety.
Sorry, Stephen, did you mention Cass Bay? Cass Bay?
Yes, we are looking at that as well.
Yeah.
Yeah,
cool.
Thanks for the reminder.
I just might have not have heard, that's all.
I didn't hear Rākaihautū on that. It must be pretty safe.
Very safe, very safe.
If you've got issues, come and speak to us. I know there will be issues, but come and speak to us and we'll see what we can do.
Well, they've got 3 that they'll mention in their annual.
Yeah, we do.
submission.
So we've got safe walking routes around Governors Bay, Littleton and Diamond Harbour that we're curious about.
So happy to talk to those.
And then I'll quickly finish off, because these, virtually all our structures are in the peninsula, particularly the retaining wall structures. So I thought I'd put these up for your community board. And so these are all the existing retaining walls that need renewals that are programmed in. So that's got a 10-year program. Like I said, the first year locked in, second year probably a little bit more variability. The further out you go, the more chance there is of that changing. But that's our plan of action as it stands.
Yeah. And the reason the first year is locked in is because we'll have already done an amount of design, got our contractors on board and so on.
High roughly planning, yep. Selection.
And then new retaining walls. And again, these are the ones in your board, and I think about 80% of our list is in this board area, which is probably not an enormous shock to you. And the rest will be Kashmir and India.
The big one here for you is the fact that we've got a plan in, we've got a lot more funding for retaining walls. So we know that I think historically we were sitting on something like 30 to 40 retaining walls needed to be built, but we could only afford to do like 5 or 6 a year. Well, now you see a lot more of them are getting done. So in the next few years, you'll see a lot more of this work in your area.
Oh, yeah.
But some of it's repairs for still West Grade.
No, this is new retaining walls.
This previous one, sorry, that one's existing retaining walls, so there probably are some over issues.
A lot of the other ones were, every time we had a weather event, each weather event was relating to, a number of retaining walls having to be built. So we already give authority to our existing maintenance contractor to build low risk retaining walls as a matter of course. This is where you have to have very big, very challenging retaining structures that need a lot of complexity put in behind them.
It's good there's more funding.
Yeah. And sorry, so that one, a good chunk of that is funded at a higher rate from central government.
Okay.
Through a slightly different pot, but yeah, it's funded from central government, so through a resilience program.
Yeah, is there a seawall or is that just so we've got one in particular we're asking for.
Pātaka, is it?
I was going to say,
Renewals. Oh, that's renewals. That's a new one.
New ones. Yeah.
oh, sorry, that one,
Yes.
good seawalls, yeah.
The board do have a few concerns about
Yeah, that will be.
I mean, it's good to raise those. So we use the data we've got, but sometimes things change, and they're only inspected. I can't remember what the period for inspection is, every 2 or 3 years, I think, for all these retaining structures. So yeah, they could deteriorate between when we last inspected them, and so they're in the wrong place. So this is part of the thing. Give us feedback if there are places where you're surprised that they're not on the list. Tell us, we'll go out, and they may be in the right place. They may just be they've deteriorated faster than expected.
How do we do that when we're not allowed to speak to staff? Do we have to come back through here?
You come back through the board,
Yes, yeah.
I will have a
The
look.
issue with seaboard is sometimes it is a transport seaboard and sometimes
Yeah.
it is a park seat.
Yeah,
It's actually finding out who's the best owner.
Although we don't really care, do we?
No, not from our point of view.
But I
They work at different parts. So like I said, if through your board you come back to us, and we can work out where is the right place for it to sit, and we can go and look at it.
Awesome.
Yeah.
All right, that's good to know. Thank you.
And that's it. I think that's.
Is it?
I think that's everything. Sorry, like I said, it's longer than it would have ideally been.
Good work. Yes, great work going on. Okay, so we're going to look at specific projects. And we'll probably just do popcorn, but come through the chair so we can keep it all nice and friendly. Would be fantastic.
Excuse me.
Yes.
I did send it through an inquiry.
An inquiry's already been sent through, has it?
Yeah, for Daly's Lane and Wilson's Road. Sealing, not resealing, sealing.
Yeah, well,
You can speak on that, yeah.
well, I mean, I put in a request through OC or whatever it was. Yeah.
And it's like,
About Daly's Lane, and then the response was to bring that up in the transport briefing at council last week, which I did. And then Lynette told me to bring it up here, so I am.
We've already looked at it for you.
Yeah.
So for instance, when you think about maintenance, where we're supposed to maintain existing, Daly's Lane, it would have to be an upgrade. So it has to be a street renewal.
Yes.
Yeah, so street renewals sits within Jacob's site. Remember we talk about Whakakatoni, and we have to work through that category of how we prioritise.
Yeah.
Daly's Lane is right at the bottom in terms of priority using those categories.
Right. It's unfortunate. I mean, has anyone driven down Daly's Lane?
Yeah.
You would have. Right. It's horrendous, right?
So it's one of those things where it's not going to stack up from a priority point of view. So we'd be very unlikely to get any funding for it.
Yeah.
If council made a decision to go ahead and do something unfunded, and then more of the cost come from council, then
that's where I'd want to go with that.
Yeah.
So
we can always do something.
it's not one that I'm going to die in a ditch over, but it's just like something that just kind of needs to be addressed because, and in the winter it gets so bad.
What's the length of the lane? I don't know the length.
What's that?
Length of the seal road that we are talking about.
Oh, it's not long. No, it's like probably about 50 to 100 metres.
So that's probably the frustrating thing too, it's such a small piece.
Part of
It
it's
doesn't
sealed,
fit in.
but the bottom part of it's unsealed and it gets really, really lumpy in winter. You need to
There's
pull the
probably
driveway
no
speed.
difference really between the decision making on that as to whether you're unsealed roads or you're upgrading to sealed. It's the same kind of discussion.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah, I'd like to get that on the work program at some point. Yeah.
Yep.
I've got others, but like that's
You
right,
can
share
pop
around.
around.
Yeah.
I'll ask a question then to us. I'm just asking about Bosu Road. Obviously, getting busier and busier, heading over to Tumbledown Bay, especially with fantastic work over at Tioka Bay with all the reserve regional parks stuff that they're working on over there and the logging trucks that go along Bosu Road. I'm concerned about the one-ways, especially up Kinloch Road. Yes, and I know there's lots of international visitors driving along there now. Is there a potential opportunity for that maybe to be traffic lighted over summer? And also on the other side, so I know that that's tar sealed up Kinloch, and going down the other side, which would be Tioka Road. No, yes, what is it called? Excuse me.
Sorry, you're talking about road works going on.
Tioka Bay Road, yeah.
Yeah, Tioka Bay Road, thank you. The one-way sections I'm concerned about.
As in temporary traffic management one way?
Yes.
Okay.
Is it a possibility?
how long the road works in place for?
I have no idea.
You thought there was?
No, I said how long the road works in, is it?
So not for roadworks, it's over the summertime to, I guess, manage traffic, safety and the amount of traffic.
I mean, I get.
So you're frowning on that one, so that doesn't look good.
It'd be a big cost. I'd almost be a little bit hesitant to, just because of the location where it is. You'd almost have to run generators or big solar equipment to get the traffic lights working. I think it'd be quite difficult. We haven't actually had hardly any recorded clashes along those roads. If it did become an issue, we'd have to try and look at something. I do feel in some ways having those narrow bits actually keeps people's speed down quite nicely as well. But again, if you're not familiar with the roads, they are quite hazardous. But I'd hope almost that hazard keeps people's behaviour.
Keeps you off the road, that's for sure.
Yeah.
What would you consider an issue? Because you said if it becomes an issue, we'd look at it then.
If we had more than a few, I mean, I can't imagine unless somebody did something really daft, actually went off the road and down the bank.
There's people gone off the bank. There's somebody died off that road as well.
Yeah, and that's what I'm saying. Unless somebody does something where they go off the road, they're the same location multiple times, we wouldn't really look to do anything. But if somebody did, where that incident occurred, if we had a repeat of that, and hopefully we never do, but if we did have a repeat of that, then it's clearly something we need to do.
So that same strip of road or exact same spot, what are we talking about as far as multiple events?
I think it'd be more edge treatment, like some sort of railing or sideboard, side rails. I don't think traffic lights would be a solution.
The police though do talk to you about after an accident.
They do, yes, yeah, we work quite closely with them. Quite often, we'll actually go out to the site post-incident and look at it ourselves as well.
Okay.
And it's difficult because some of those unsealed roads on the peninsula are really narrow, really tight with big drop-offs.
I just know that it will just get busier and busier there, and I've seen people try and pass, and it is very sketchy, like hundreds of people trying to pass. And
ask one of the engineers to look at the signage before they get onto the road to see if there's anything we can do to provide better warning.
Right, more warnings, yeah, I like that, yeah.
At least we've given people a heads up.
Yeah, and if you need, I've got like video footage of people trying to pass and the dodgy things that they do, like on the same road where it's very narrow, and people going off the side of the road as well. So
I mean, we had one a few years back between on the Port Levy Pigeon Bay Road, where somebody had actually pulled in to let somebody pass, and somebody just tried to go around them. So it was really slow speed. As they tried to go around them, the wheels just went off the edge, and so it doesn't even need, speed isn't always an issue either.
No, it's not. No, it's not. It is just that there's no space to do that, and then people don't know, and then there gets a block of traffic, then people getting stuck. There's just no way around it. So.
Yeah, even some signage around limited passing.
Okay, we'll work on the signage potentially. Great, thank you.
Because it will get busier.
Yeah, it will get busier.
Because we've made it so, because we've got the park there.
Kathy, was it Asif or Kathy?
Yeah, there was
Asif, Kathy, and then Luana.
Just really quickly, we're just talking about what if something happens or has happened and what do you do? But it's good that you've got the minor work stuff. This would just be more around the safety stuff, like with, say, something happening on the narrow roads up here, how do fire trucks go up? And that sort of discussions need to happen, because we've heard a fire service saying that, they're big trucks. Do they go to small trucks so they can go up narrow roads? So it'll be the safety aspect, and probably similar in Casper where walkers walk on the road, but the road is so narrow, and maybe things like yellow lines or whatever.
Yes,
so maybe
a
road trip, to kind of see those little safety on unsafe bits.
Yeah, so I could organise one of the area engineers to come out if you wanted to do a roadie with them to have a look at some of these sites. But the Cass Bay one we are aware of and we are looking into.
Yeah. So just the entrance into Cass Bay as well as down at Steadfast.
Thank you. Shall I? I've got a couple of questions, or are we going to go?
If you do one, and then we'll go Luana, and if nobody else has got one, we'll go back to you.
Yes. So safety related, just one specific question on Beach Road in Accra. There has been a request already for a walking path from Accra boat shed along to Burma Monument in Takapuniki. So is it in the pipeline of what you are planning?
LDP.
Yeah, I think that is an LTP issue. I think we've actually got a scheme. We had a scheme drawn up probably 2 or 3 years ago.
Yes,
for that. And there's sections of one way of a painted footpath almost.
Painted, yeah.
On the
basically.
road. I think the way it costs at the moment, it doesn't really fit within our budgets. It wouldn't fit within the data-driven project program because there's not enough need for it from that perspective. It would fit under the community type project, but those budgets are quite small. So we've got 600k for that across the whole city, whereas the size of this, even with the painted stuff, it would end up costing quite a bit. So yeah, that's one for the community board to advocate and try and get into the annual plan or the next LTP.
It is for not just from the community. It was on need base because we have got a good traffic from Accra to Takapuniki along the right. So that is what a member of the community have identified as a need, because people walk right in the middle of the road. So there has become a safety issue. The presentation that was given to the board a while ago, that included back this way and back and forth. So we gave some feedback on just a painted road on the waterfront side. So if you could,
I'll chase up and see where that's.
Look into that. That would be great. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you.
Basically, I hear they need money. We've got to get it in the long term.
Luana.
How long have we got?
As long as you need.
Okay, good to hear you talk about Rākaihautū. crossing the road to the bus
Yeah,
stop.
it's been an issue for a while.
I think since I came back from Melbourne 11 years ago with Andrew Humphrey, I've been banging this drum. Increased boy races, motorcycles at the moment, hard to walk between Cascade and Governor's Bay because there is no footpath. People are often running on the road or walking on the road. I do that myself. So the three issues: footpaths, safety with boy races. There's a lack of lighting through that area. We don't have any. We have numerous people going off the road. We've had deaths. This is an ongoing issue and something that I've raised numerous times personally before coming on the community board, and it's an exact issue. It's ongoing. What is happening around the area?
So we are looking at trying to get people to the bus stop safely. That is an option. We're looking at that. Boy races or antisocial road users is the correct term, is a tricky one. We are going to be trying to do something at the bottom of Dyer's Pass. That's quite a popular spot where they do go and do burnouts and stuff. We'd look at just a big wide open intersection. We'd look at doing something with some sort of island in the middle, so it just reduces the room for them to do donuts and stuff. That may help that behaviour there, but what that isn't doing, and I acknowledge what we're saying, is it's not stopping people doing that as a route. And I honestly don't know what the easy answer is to that, other than working with the police around speed cameras or something like that, because whatever we do, they're still going to use it. The only thing you could do, which I can't imagine would be desirable, is put some vertical traffic calming like speed humps or something.
It does. No one cares about the speed limits.
And this is the problem. Yeah, so you'd have to do something that's either vertical traffic calming to speed humps, so it slows it down, but where do you start and where do you stop it? Unless you do the whole route, and that's going to cost a fortune, and I can't imagine it would be. It'd probably cause a lot of kickback as well, because actually, these roads, they're not that strong. They are quite weak. As soon as you start putting speed humps on these roads, they'll deteriorate in no time. So it's become a maintenance issue. I just can't see it happening, i.e. speed humps along that whole route. So the other option is speaking to the police or NZTA, actually, because NZTA are taking on that function, getting some speed cams in isolated spots.
And we've tried that, but that's through the police. Did we talk to NZTA about it? I think we had spoken to NZTA, the police. No one seems to come together to want to come up with some type of unified response. So what do we do? How do we actually get something done?
I can take that away as an action and get our engineers to go and speak to both parties and say police, and because there's been this transition from police to NZTA, and it's still happening. It hasn't fully moved over yet for safety cameras. So that's why it's a bit messy at the moment, because nobody really owns.
I know, everyone seems to.
Yeah, but somebody needs to. But at the same time, we can advocate for it and push it. And if you, through the board, come to us with any specific locations you think are really warranted, that we can advocate for them, and we would advocate for them as well with the police and NZTA. That's probably the only real solution for boy races in this area. I know there's some work done through the community groups with some cameras and stuff. But again, we can't enforce anything. It's up to the police and NZTA to do that.
It's not just speed with that either. It's because the harbour is an amphitheatre. The sound.
Oh, it really is. Yeah.
Yeah, the sound is.
I live on the other side and I can hear them all the time over here. I don't know if it happens the other way around, but you can hear them,
And motorcyclists are a big issue in
and it'll only get worse as summer approaches.
It's insane. Just by the bus stop at Pātaka, I don't know how many people do well in excess of 100 km per year. Coming down that hill, we've had numerous incidents. It's just.
And it's got to the point where we can put as much signage as we want out there, but it's not going to change the behaviour. The signage will.
The cops are the answer.
They're the easy
I have the record for 105 reports, and the more frustrated I get, the more colourful those reports become.
And I've heard a police officer say, I've literally heard a police, sorry to interrupt Luana, but I'm going to say it like in a public forum, that I've heard a police officer say they ignore requests from Luana on 105.
I'm not surprised, and that's why they become very colourful.
It's frustrating, it is an issue. And there's one corner in particular, I think it's 448 Governor's Bay Road, where they we've even widened the corner a bit and sealed it, but people still keep crushing there. And the residents down the bottom, you know, they end up with cars through their into their garden almost on a monthly basis.
So from your point of view, you guys are doing as much as
We're doing as much as we can.
other than advocating, which we also will do.
Yeah. We are. There's still the inner harbour route improvements, and I think I think it's due to go out to tender and due to start early in the new calendar year. But that's focusing on from Governor's Bay to Allendale, and that's going to be sort of drainage works, minor safety improvements, and shoulder widening and stuff.
Okay, they might have with that. Did you have a question, Tyrone?
Oh, it's just a couple of specific things.
Yep.
We've covered off most of the things I wanted to talk
Oh,
about.
and then Gillian, and then we probably should finish up.
Ross Parade. It's a little narrow essentially one-way street up the top of Littleton where there's been a retaining wall issue and it's supposed to be repaired earlier this year, and then it's kind of been pushed back and pushed back. It's supposed to begin in November, the repair. So basically, like there was some private earthworks that went on there and it caused the road to collapse. And it's been shut off for probably about 3 or 4 years now, I'd say.
Yeah, it might be. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
We can come back.
Can I come back on that? Yeah.
Yeah.
That's great. Yeah.
Now I see Keebles Lane and I know that you've got sort of your priorities and you've got your methodologies for working it out. And I have actually been up on Jackson's Road with Andrew Bullock. So do I understand correctly that Keebles Lane is going to be resurfaced in the next year, this year? Oh, sorry, I mean, when's it? It's on the list there. So when does that roughly mean it's going to happen?
That list that we've got up here is this season's.
This season, so this
Yeah.
summer, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, cool. And
So within
in parts of Jackson's Road are going to be done, but I would argue that probably the part that needs it most is the lower section. Do we know when that's on the timetable? The lower half of Jackson's Road?
Honestly, couldn't tell you.
Yeah.
Just be aware, bear in mind of some of the data that we've got.
Yeah, no, I sort of don't expect you to know just off the top of your head, I suppose. It's just like,
Just off the top of your head, all that million.
I guess that like, what I probably want is like, just to be absolutely crystal clear in my mind that it just doesn't, I mean, to say it doesn't need it is not quite right, but that there are other more deserving cases.
What you probably find is, one of the biggest challenges I have right now is you can only put a resurfacing treatment on a road that has the strength underneath it to take it and have an economical return of investment of greater than 8 years.
Yeah.
If you've got a section of road based on that image you saw before with the green dots and the red dots, where we've had that truck that's measured the roads and where the strength is or is not in the roads, it may be that section of road is too far gone to be able to do a resurfacing treatment on. So in other words, you have to either rehabilitate it and put strength into it or completely renew it. Yeah. And bear in mind, I'm at the moment, off the top of my head, around the whole of Christchurch and the Peninsula, we've got something in the region of about 260 roads that are in negative values right now. So they are gone past their sub-by date.
Yeah.
And we've got about 560 that are in their less than 10 years of life left in them. And some of the roads you talk about are not even on that list.
Yeah.
You know? So, and I'm funded to renew about 2 a year.
It's like, an E. It's you're basically triaging your patients. Yeah, some of them are just a bit too heavy.
I mean, I'm confident that your methodologies have enabled you to capture the things that really do matter. I saw Charteris Bay Road on there. I know that's going to get this done this summer. That's a real hotspot one between Teddington and Charteris Bay there. You'll know that, Stephen, because you drive it a lot. And yeah, it's just that maybe one or two little outliers that we just want to just make sure that we're sort of on top of as well.
But again, if you feed them into us, we can come back to you, where they are and what the strategies and what the plan is and any kind of ideas on timelines.
As I say, I went over it with Andrew and I was kind of satisfied with what he said, but it's just important. I just want to be crystal clear.
Yeah. Gillian.
Just one tiny question, just for clarification, about this road surfacing FY26. Yeah. And so it's got inclusive years, but according to the notices that are on the road at the moment, it's happening, or supposed to happen in October, just like the last couple of weeks. So how come it ends up in FY 26?
It was resurfacing, wasn't it?
Take it as a win that it's happening sooner.
I mean, maybe there's
Box in the top right corner.
What's the name of the street,
That's
Gillian?
26, but that's draft. So that's the draft list we have at the moment. So that'll change. There's bits that still need checking on that, but that's.
So when it comes to the road resurfacing, although we've got a financial year 26, what I've said to all of our contractors is if they have the capacity and the capability to bring things forward from future years and deliver them this year, then I'm turning them on, if we have the ability. So it might well be one of those.
Yeah, might be. We're still waiting.
Yes. My other question was about intersection of Britain's Garrison, Simeon Key, which a few people have raised with me at times and props up. I know there was something proposed
Years ago,
and then apparently it was very controversial. I remember submitting on possibly that, and it was the bottom one at the same time. But any plans for the future for that?
Not at the moment, no.
It's just a cluster.
Yeah.
I mean, you do it one way, it's going to be terrible. You do it another way, it's going to be terrible.
I think the idea previously was to make Britain Terrace, Simeon Key, which is the main route through, but actually designed it physically, so that's a priority. But I think from memory, part of it also closed off Bowless Road as well. From memory, I'm trying to think back. But it didn't,
Simeon. Okay, thank you. And we'll finish with one question from Kathy.
Yeah, we're talking about lots of past stuff and, current roads which we are catching up on. What about the future roads of all this especially in our small place with development, little roads coming off hills? I mean, we've got Littleton West and into Casper. How do those sorts of future planning factor in with all the safety walkways and stuff? Because, more people coming to these areas, well, hopefully want more people to be walking, but then, the safety will become a problem. How do we kind of prevent that from happening rather than dealing with it when it
These are ones that are
gets
built by
built
developers.
Yeah.
Yeah,
just
so they have to follow
yeah.
rules around what they build and how it's built, and then it's handed over to our team at the end. And it does get inspected.
So you work closely.
Yeah, we do work with a team that goes out there and works with. Yeah, so we work with them throughout the process, right from the sort of consenting stage right through to handing over to us. Yeah.
One of the difficulties on a peninsula is when these small developments happen, they're often a little bit away from other amenities. So it gets quite hard to convince a developer that they need to put footpath linking. Normally the developer will do little bits and pieces of footpath and stuff around their development, which they don't have to do. But if it's 500 metres, 600 metres away from another one, trying to get them to fill that gap in is really, really tough.
So how do we, when we kind of come back to this and go, the missing roads.
Well, I mean, we have a new footpaths programme, which is being prioritised up here. But from memory, most of the things that are on there are in Hawthorne. They're exactly like you say. The developer's done a bit across the front of their development, and then it doesn't go anywhere. And it's trying to put in a bit that links up to the next bit. So, but yeah, I think a lot of it is focused on places like Hornby and Hawthorne at this stage.
What's going to happen here too? Our roads are already so narrow. How do we future plan that rather than let it happen and then deal with it?
What I'd say is we completely agree with you, and we do. I think we can to push developers to do as much as they can fill those gaps in.
Right. So how can, what we know there's a gap, but how instead of encouraging, how can we actually do it so that it's smooth process? I mean, what is it? The law? Is it the advocacy?
I was going to say we don't have. I think they have a. What are the consent conditions set? And I think they're set from.
The easy way, not an easy way, but the more budgets that we had in for new footways, the more we could do in that space. I think up until last year we didn't even have a new footway.
No, we didn't.
So we could advocate for more funding. That would be what would be under our.
Specifically say back to Peninsula.
But there's no funding from NZTA for that sort of thing. So it's entirely council funded, so it's a relatively small programme at this stage.
Awesome. Thank you so much for coming all the way out here today and
Nice.
spending this.
It's a nice
time
day
with
to
us.
come out here, isn't it?
It's lovely. Go have some lunch somewhere here. I mean, I guess the next steps for us.
This is the 12 o'clock test.
Okay, the next step for us is to, all those things that we said, okay, we'll let you know, we'll get back to you on. We need to follow those through and email those to Liz.
Yeah, and any questions as well.
Yeah.
And any questions, and sorry about all those correlated information that you'll get all at once, but much appreciated, because obviously we're pushing hard for making things safer and better out here. Appreciate your help with it. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Could I just jump in before we line off? Just so you're aware, I don't know if you're aware, but there are changes in the rules of temporary traffic management happening around New Zealand right now.
Okay.
So you know how we see a sea of orange cones and signs and all that kind of stuff?
Yes.
There was a push from the public pushing against Rākaihautū saying we don't want to see lots of signs and cones. So they've moved from the code of practice of temporary traffic management as of the 1st of October this year is no longer supported. So we're now moving to a work safe, health and safety requirement for contractors, which means the whole premise of that move is to still maintain safety while minimising the amount of traffic cones and signs you see out there. So I'll be coming to you soon and let you know, because we're doing trials around the peninsula with Thornton Hogan, specifically around some works in some areas, so that we don't put a lot more signs out. But you'll have seen through the community boards a lot more information coming from our teams to let you know of works in advance.
Okay.
So it's my plan to start putting more information out on social media and things like that to let people aware of what's going on, because that's the whole reason why we see less signs. And then, as you said at the beginning with Steve, you see there's a number of people coming from all over abroad and they don't always know what our signs mean.
Yeah.
We're looking at opportunities to create new signs that paint a picture that try to, explain what we're doing on the roads. And I'll be, my team are working through with Steve to see what options there are.
Great.
So we're doing that, and it is great. We've had tons of complaints around the airport where we've just done this because people have gone, there's no signs, how am I supposed to know what's going on?
Yes.
There's no cones, where am I supposed to go?
Yeah.
So.
Swings around about, trying to make improvements.
I'll come to you and talk you through it anyway.
That'll be really good.
And very briefly, sorry, before we go, just remembered, we have a condition issue at the top of Evans Park Road, which I think is technically not your board, but it's obviously it would impact your board.
Did you say Evans Pass?
Yeah, on the hairpin. On the hairpin at the top of Evans Pass. We've put in a staff recommendation for funding to deal with that, and we're monitoring it. But yeah, there's an issue. Effectively, there's an issue with drainage underneath the road, and the roads starting to show fairly serious signs of damage. And obviously, it's the oversized and dangerous goods route. So we are working on that. So if you see it, don't be surprised.
Okay, that's good to hear.
That's what we're dealing with.
The monitoring that's in place is there to say, if we suddenly need to close it, we'll close it.
Yeah. And even though we just bring the issues to you, I want you to know as well, we're really happy with the stuff that's going well. But you guys know that too, because you always hear about the issues, but great stuff as well.
It's really the issue though of our residents with detours. Because sometimes the detours are like moles.
Yeah. Like,
soon there won't be a detour, people just choose their route.
Yeah, there's no sign, so we can see that through as well. Okay, well, thank you very much. Appreciate time.
Like today's really dragged by, it's only 10.
I know. Right, we're having a 10-minute break before we get on to community parks. So we will do that, please, and we will pause the live stream. We will go away from Tyrone, but he will just catch up.
You'll just have to come when he comes.
That's okay.
Apologise for lateness again.
Double time. Just let us know when we're actually, we are good. Okay, welcome to the table. Can you please
Thank you very
introduce
much.
yourself?
Good to see you again. Al Hardy, Manager of Community Parks, and I've got with me Barry Gibbons, who's the Manager of the Development, Capital Development for Community Parks. Liz had asked that I spend just a few minutes ahead of Bridie's rolling renewal program discussion to outline, kind of give you guys some idea of what's going on in parks. So I recognize last year we had a parks change to the unit, as well as we've onboarded the in-house delivery of all our maintenance. And that has obviously brought in two things: a lot of new people in new positions and a lot of new people. So yeah, I'll give you a brief overview. This slide might be all we really need to look at. There was a number of slides that we put together just in case. But oh, and another thing that's been going on, as you very well know, is our General Manager, Mayor Richardson, has agreed to continue in the Chief Executive role for another 18 months. I don't know what that means for the Head of Parks, Andrew Rutledge, but he has been filling in for Mary as General Manager of the group. And in his seat, the Head of Parks is currently Rupert Bull, who was formerly the Manager of the Metropolitan Parks area, which I'll tell you just a bit about in a minute. So under the Head of Parks, we've got me for Community Parks, Paul for Regional Parks. So obviously he's stepped in to fill the late Kay Holder's shoes. We've got our manager for the Red Zone, who's Dave Little. Our partnerships and programs manager is Rosalind Kerr, and she looks after things in basically a shared service across all of parks for things like running our health and safety program. But she also does look after the team, the education experience, and the education team who works closely with schools, and also our visitor experience. We have also reporting to Rupert a senior advisor for large projects, just to kind of help shoulder things. We've got manager of Metropolitan Parks. That's a colleague of mine who's taken over the whole of the city's sports fields. So they used to work just with Hagley Oval and the high performing sports, and they're basically trying to replicate a lot of the success that we've had. And they've got their own resources, but they work closely alongside our community parks maintenance, because some of the gear we share in order to maintain the parks. So that's at a high level. Was there anything I could open up for questions as far as who you go to for what?
There's a bit of confusion. I think we've dealt with in the past, and I might be just speaking for myself here, but heritage buildings within parks. Where does that fit in?
So heritage buildings for parks. So all our heritage sits with Wolfgang Bopp, who's the director of the Botanic Gardens, but he also does all of our heritage work as well.
Yeah, sorry, I forgot about it. Wolfgang, the Botanic Gardens.
So Wolfgang Bopp. Yeah. So one of the other things that happened out of this restructure is our project managers all used to be in a centralised team. That was disbanded, and now those project managers sit within each individual team. So heritage items now is with they have their own project manager to deliver heritage items who sort of specialises in it in a way.
Yeah. And last time I was here, I brought the operations side to meet you. So with Matt Arat and the team leaders that work with the actual individual maintenance personnel, so the Parks and Gardens maintenance officers. Bridie is in charge of the project managers for capital delivery, so projects that are funded from the capital program, but also she has our we have two different types of rangers, community partnership rangers, and then we have urban field rangers. Urban field rangers run around and do things reactively that need fixing, broken seats, benches, urgent health and safety matters. And also the community partnership rangers are there doing a lot of the volunteer planting days and engagements. Yeah.
We have a dog, oh, sorry, I'll finish that one, then you Nigel. We've got a dog park in Little River. So who would do the maintenance of that?
That would be our internal team.
Okay.
So it's internal maintenance team. So Kerry Yates or Kerry Bowen, she's still there. That team who deliver maintenance for you guys is still the exact same team. So there's been no change in that area.
Okay.
Basically what's happened in the city is just a replica of basically what you've got. Yeah.
If you do a snap send solve, wouldn't you imagine?
Yes, you would. Yeah.
Always.
100%. But I'm just wondering, like, yeah, who that person is. Just for curiosity.
If you're confused, I mean, we have had people come through in the last few months, and it's been really helpful. You know, they've come to the office of the chief exec and mayor to ask questions, and that mainly comes to me. So I'm aware of what you're thinking and what we may or may not be communicating well to you. But the team's been really nimble in some of the compliments that have been around the ability to focus in on what the community want, you know, with our maintenance efforts. It's such a simple thing, but what we don't know often is the thing that can drag us down. So we do want to hear from you.
Nigel.
Yeah, there's been a couple of, I guess, examples in Akara. So I'm Nigel Harrison from Akara base. And I guess I cringe every time and I see it happening when this person comes over from City Care and mows the lawn at Hume College. And I guess the transition, and I understand it's going to be quite a huge transition around the maintenance program. And it was, so when is this likely to happen and what will that look like going forward? You'll need more people on the ground.
Well, yeah.
So that is an example. The other example was the museum were paying $19,000 a year to have two people come over twice a month and do the maintenance or do the hedge and mow the lawn. It was $19,000 a year, and managed to get that over with Kerry and the team, and that saved a lot of money. So I guess there is some sort of a forecast around the savings in this, and I guess environmentally it's going to make a lot of sense to have locals doing local work.
Absolutely, yeah.
Thank you. So I think there was a question. So what does that look like?
So message received, and when we, in the early days of putting together the larger, cities maintenance through this last change, quite a few people in even beyond the parks unit were going, what about this stuff? So everybody, there's a bit of an intent, I guess, to bring it in. It's just we don't want to break the camel's back. We're just now fully resourced and executing, with our new staff, the parks that we've got. We added about 1,200 parks to the list of what the guys were doing. So we've progressively done that. I think there's certainly scope in the future to fix those last few things as well. Yeah.
Just want to comment on what you said. Having those local staff there, those good relationship people, that has been, council is more visible locally, and it is seen as you don't have to complain to get a job done. So I think gradually, once you improve your capabilities, then it will really play.
Yeah, that's good.
I know there's a resource issue around that, and obviously you employ a lot of more people. You've got to have some way of sustaining that. But possibly you could look at interfacing some local contractors into that system, maybe. I don't know. Has there been any thought around that? Say you've got 20 lawns to mow this week. You're going to start to handle 5 or 6. So maybe you get top up and maybe a load balancing exercise around local resources would be a really added benefit.
It is, that's a good idea. I mean, Carrie, I just point out an example, Carrie Bowen, who runs your Banks Peninsula team, has done that with her Akaroa
Oh, she
shop.
could.
Yeah,
I
so
have noticed. Okay.
they do a lot of servicing work through the servo there and local businesses.
And this might become clear too as you talk to us more about your rolling renewal. I think that's what you're talking about next.
That's right.
Yeah. So let's carry on with it,
Good
not
prompt.
stop you. We've done it once already. And we just got caught up in the question and forgot there was more to come.
Thanks, Liz. I cautioned you about that.
Should have gone around. Okay, go.
Thank you, guys. Good questions.
Jump up onto that agenda, Liz.
We brought all the details. You see where I was going.
Yeah, so your team, this one here, these are the guys you've had for a long time, and that's not changed.
Okay.
So they're all still the same. Mario, some of
They're based out of devotionals, yeah.
Who's the supervisor, is the one who's there day in, day out working with this team to deliver all that work under Gary. And Harry Ollis is still picking it.
And the Littleton side would be.
Still these guys.
Oh, yeah.
Still these guys. They get a little bit of support from Pātaka because they're right there.
Yes.
If they need to during this time of year, sometimes there's a little bit of push mode that it's just, they're just right there, so they might be pop through the tunnel and help them out, but generally it's those guys.
There lies my point. There's a capacity issue, isn't it? Particularly when the grass starts growing, the hedges need trimming. So you'll have a seasonality around labour, which would be, I guess you have a plan for.
Absolutely, yeah. No leaning on shovels in all honesty. So the neat thing about them being there, I swear I'll shut up, is that they're going to recognize their pain points, the empty garden beds and the things that cause all the problems. So they'll be, instead of hiring mower operators and sprayers and horticulturalists and all that, we've got this PGMO, the Parks and Gardens Maintenance Office. So we ask that they do all the disciplines, and they'll do that in a slower season. Yeah.
Glad that's noted.
What are these cadets?
Cadets? Oh, yeah, talk about that.
So we've gone to schools. Luckily, we've engaged with other schools to get school leavers. So those people that are, and my colleague Rosalind Kerr and the head of Parks has kind of initiated. So Andrew and Rosalind and I, and they're basically school leavers that are in that situation where they don't quite want to go to further their education, but they're interested in parks and green space management. So
education.
Yeah,
just a different education.
Exactly. Yeah. So they're hired, and there's a cadetship. There's a so we have certain. We have a bit of a career path that we. So this is the first. There's 4 of them right now. But there's another intake we're having. That's right. Yeah.
Okay.
So if they like that in Accra?
They do. So if they want to go on and do their paper in horticulture or in sports turf, then the career path's already there.
Also, you could table it onto the ITO for the Arts and Gardens. So you can go through the level 1, 2, 3, 4 through the system.
That's right.
Which is fundamentally an apprenticeship. So it shouldn't always be going down the academic stream, but into the practical stream.
Exactly. Yeah.
Thank you. I used to be the chair of an ITO.
I just one question. So something like a small tennis court club thing, owned by the council or the croquet club or whatever, do they fall under parks or do they come under the municipal?
Usually they're leasing that land off of council.
Yeah.
So if it's part of a community park, it would fall under community parks.
Okay. So if City Care is still maintaining it at the moment, is that a transitional thing?
Oh, it's probably a facility. It'll be,
okay.
it'll be sitting with facilities, so it might not, there might be a building that's sitting on a park, but it'll be managed by a facilities team, and they have a contract with City Care. So that's why sometimes you actually see City Care over here. They're not really parks, they're facilities. Yeah, I know.
Yeah, and that contract was extended, I think, a couple of years back. So it'll be up in front of council at some point again, and they'll need to decide whether they in-house that or continue to go external. But we can obviously help voice that from you guys.
That's great. I'm just aware we've only got another 15 minutes of your valuable time. So.
Okay, we'll talk about renewals, eh?
Should I leave the room?
No, it's all good stuff.
What you're doing is great.
Thank you. Right, so rolling renewals for community parks. If you head to page 59
Of your agenda.
of the agenda, please. Yep.
Thank you, that's awesome.
Right, so some of you might remember that this time last year I came here with another one, Jackie Cook, to talk about renewals. So this is basically following on from that. We've got another year of financial year 2028, which has been identified for renewal that we want to get your thoughts on. And we've also got just a refreshed version of 2027 to be looked at as well. So rolling renewals, basically all they are is existing assets that require an upgrade or basically a renewal so that they are still fit for purpose and they can still remain as a performing asset in our network. So the way we determine that is we use our asset data management system. Everything has a condition assessment. We like to tackle the what we'd call the 4s and 5s, which is the very poor to poor conditioned assets. We package them up into a program of work to then renew those assets. And then in theory, we should have an asset base where we have everything at a good standard. Our program at the moment for FY25, which is the current one, if we get to, I don't know what I'm talking about, there's nothing behind you. There we go. So there we go, thanks. So FY25 on the left-hand column there, this is everything in our capital renewal that we've got either it's scoped and it's under construction at the moment or it's being delivered. Next year, financial year 26 is the work that's going on. We're probably scoping and getting prices for at the moment. Financial year 27 and 28, those are candidates that can be swapped in and out of our program. So we've broken down into play and recreation facilities. So those are just basically our playgrounds. Got gardens, which we call green asset renewal. That's delivered by that capital work's delivered by your internal PGMO gardening staff. We've got the footpaths and car parks, and we just call that our hard surfacing. So next year, you can see FY26, we've got a really big program for our hard surface renewal. This year, we've got the Rākaihautū Heritage Park, which is currently being scoped at the moment. So these ones here, like I said, delivered at the moment or being scoped. There's a being scoped or consented prices to get, and then these ones out here are candidates that we believe need to be done. But we can swap these in and out if given your feedback. Really, if you think that actually this one here needs to take priority over. So we're just looking for what information that you've got about what actually you want done in those future years.
So while people were having a little think about that and maybe just figuring out this, we're going over this again. This is not including new projects.
No, this is
renewals.
existing. Yeah, so rolling renewals for existing assets only. Yeah.
Yep. Understand.
Yep.
Okay. So does anybody have any questions around that? Yeah.
Yeah. The Heritage Park Little River, which is in 26 and then again in 27 in gardens. So what, for example, would they be doing there?
So if you've got, sometimes we've got, so you've got sort of Little River Gardens, Heritage Park Gardens, and then Heritage Park Gardens in the river. So what we have sometimes is if it's quite a lot of work, they'll use that first year, we'll pull on a little bit of funding so we can do some planning and scoping and then delivery for the following year. Right. So you'll see that quite a lot. This bottom list, it says individual projects. So the reason those are individual projects and that it's not sort of rolled up, I would call it a program level, it's because they are large and they need a bit more focus. And often we'll have them over 2 years. So start with youth space, so development, we'll be doing that this year, and then delivering the actual construction the following year. Otherwise, it's too time compressed to deliver that whole package of the work.
Okay, and in the gardens at Heritage Park, Little River, that you might be scoping and planning in 26 and then delivering in 27.
Yeah.
What kind of things would you be doing with an established park that's already kind of there?
So the renewal of that, so it's more if you've got gaps in the gardens or it needs overhauling, it might be full of some sort of weed that's just taken over the garden itself, and it needs to be renewed. And we would go through and just basically rip the whole thing out, refresh all the soil.
Right.
It's not a wholesale landscape change, which should actually be the board's delegation, really.
It doesn't trigger that.
Renewing what's
Does
there.
it include things like park, like, benches or picnic tables, or is that more assets?
Not out of this one, but we do have another program where we do look at those structural assets, yeah.
Right, so if that was identified in the planning phase of something, would you then go to your other budget and see if you had enough to do something within okay, cool. Sorry,
Nigel.
Just a couple of wee ones. It's great to see some Ekarā stuff going on there from my point of view. Rue Belvedere Playground, and you've got Jubilee Park beside it. Jubilee Park is actually the recreation ground, and the Ekarā Playground is not actually on Rue Belvedere as such.
Sort of nomenclature terminology is just pulled out of a computer. If it's actually
that's all right. Just one quick question. The tennis courts, we're giving $200,000 of next year's annual plan, which is way under what they need. So should we be trying to ask for more in the plan? I mean, all the other tennis courts around Christchurch are being fully funded. It's just a thought going forward as we're looking at the annual plan.
And so your question is that going to cover the whole project, the amount up there?
The amount, well, it's not. I know it's not.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'd have to go back to talk to the project manager about the finance side of that one.
One of the most expensive parts is not being funded, which is the artificial court.
I don't know, there was something to do with community fundraising. I'm aware of that. I don't know how. Did they sign the lease?
I have to.
So it will be, I think there are, working around. I know it was
Let Liz know and I'll follow up.
it was our intention to coordinate the project to enable the community, the tennis club, I think, the tennis club's desire to upgrade to a certain, one of the courts to a certain standard.
Yeah. There was funding for two, but they were going to do.
Crowdfunding for the other one, but they're going out catering every weekend. It's such an unfair environment when you see it. Consider Christchurch just getting all these courts little. We've got a fresh.
I'm with you, Nigel. Yeah.
If you've got an email about it, there's a little bit of a flooding issue there that Three Waters needs to fix.
Advice on and based on that.
And it needs to move, maybe to move the car park and things.
Yeah. Couple of meters that way.
All right, we're taking note to keep an eye on that with any of our board planning.
Okay. Thank you.
Nice.
Liz, and then Kathy. Yep.
Takamatua Stream Esplanade Reserve is in your 27 budget. It's already been planted. What is because I've been asked about a block this year.
Sometimes they'll plant as they come on board. So there'll be sometimes we'll have several gardens within the park itself that might be identified in 1 year, and they'll just go ahead and do because it makes sense to do several others.
Yeah,
and basically
it's been quite.
And that's probably just on the list as one thing that hasn't been updated in the asset register, that it's already been renewed. So that one would be ticked off. There are actually a few, specifically for gardens, because we have that internal team doing a bunch of work. They've actually gone through, I noticed they've done about 7 sites they've renewed, sorry, 7 sites out of their 17 odd identified already. So yeah, there is the odd one like that, where they've actually already renewed them.
So does that mean there's some spare budget to go towards propping up the Rākaihautū?
You'd think, wouldn't you? No. Usually what they do is that they use the plants are already purchased and they just keep going. So unfortunately, if there ever is budget left over, it goes back up to the program level, which is still for green assets. We'd have to make a change request. Yeah, to move from one to another.
Sounds like a gem down there.
Is the retaining walls, they're not on your list here. And there are some parks and sea walls that belongs to parks.
So those would fall under our, like you mentioned, a lot of the regional parks stands out for those sea walls. There's the odd retaining wall. We do that out of a reactive renewal program that we have in that same structures program that we've got, that you mentioned about earlier about the seats. That also comes from the same place.
So how does the reactive renewal program get triggered?
When something breaks.
Okay.
It's a reactive.
Don't start any
So something
fires.
that's not planned. So if we don't know it's going to happen, because all sorts of things happen.
Yeah.
Things can get vandalised. Someone can have a car accident, drive through a fence.
Okay.
Things that type of reactive.
That reactive. Okay.
Yeah.
Good to clarify. Cool.
So retaining walls come out of your current reactive budget. Do you see those come out?
I'd have to. Well, we don't. Community parks don't really have.
Regional
It's
parks.
regional.
Yeah.
Regional. Most of on the true coast is regional. We've only got a handful, so I'd prefer pools if I could get.
Okay, so
You're on that.
That comes
I
out.
thought that was the case, but
And as far as prioritising any new projects, I guess, so maybe I should just check if there's any more questions on the renewal program. Let's have one about Oxford Street Reserve. Is that the main playground above the school?
By the school.
Right.
With the rose garden at the top.
Yeah, so it's down for soon.
Yes. Yeah. Yeah. So FY25, they will do those. So anything that's still remaining, we've got Oxford Street Reserve and Stanley Park still to be done, and they will be done this autumn. So yeah, we've just left the planting season. Yeah.
Yes, I've just been reminded that the got a note here saying that toilets. That's obviously a really important thing for us here on Peninsula. We love our toilets and we're always working towards getting better toilets. So how can we do that? How can you guys help us to do that? Help.
Oh, you
This is the question.
We do have, I've got some details about some rules that are in place already. For this year. We do have community parks, public toilets renewals for this financial year. I don't have much detail on that here today, sorry.
Okay, how can we get that detail?
If you go to Liz, then I can talk to the right project manager and get you. I don't want to guess.
Does it have a sort of a layout like this where you can talk about the years when it's coming up and talk about shuffling it?
Yeah, we will have that detail.
Okay.
Yeah.
the board are very interested in trying to use new technology for public toilets, and that would go with parks as well.
That's right.
There's lots of new technologies out there now to manage these facilities.
Yeah, yeah, we love a bit of technology in parks.
Especially when water is an issue for Peninsula.
And power, solar panel scenario.
Sewer systems.
All of those things. Yeah, and also just an ever increasing amount of people coming through since COVID, just feedback, tourism again, the numbers of people needing those facilities. So I know it seems funny, but I kind of see it as this being a good host. And as far as Bax Peninsula being good hosts and looking after the people who come to see us, everybody uses toilets. We don't know if they're going to go to a park or a restaurant or whatever. We know they're probably going to use a public toilet. So it really is a priority for us.
It's a destination management plan, really.
Yes, yes, yes.
That's good to have that feedback. Thank you.
So the same question goes, I guess, I was about to ask before, new projects and how we can work with you guys about where they get prioritised and how they get prioritised.
Depends what is pushed.
So do you want me to give you an example? Oh, I think
you could, yeah, sorry, go ahead.
No, I was just going to come with an example off the top of my head, but you're right, you're going to say about the LTP. So that is one of the ways that we can influence that.
Yeah, that's your best way.
Okay.
Nothing stops the board identifying a new project now in the annual plan submission.
Yeah.
Because council may go and say, staff, please work that project up for the next LTP or the next annual plan.
Yeah.
Depending on urgency.
One project that I know is in LTP, but I don't see it here, winery toilet facilities, changing rooms.
Good call, Lisa.
Yeah. Are they in here or they come under Banks Peninsula?
They could be in this community parks, toilet Banks Peninsula facilities renewals, which is in those standalone projects.
Yes,
that are on there. I don't have the detail of every individual toilet obviously with me here today, but we can find out about Wainui. Was Wainui you said?
Yes, Wainui, yeah.
Okay, so take a note of that, Asif, so we can get that through Liz.
Yeah.
Definitely. Kathy, did you have a question?
Kind of forgetting, but just following, just as an example, the Littletons, the cemetery, there was like, you know, on social media and context on how it was, I guess, dogs running through it and stuff like that. So you're quite connected into, you know, when complaints come through and when you do renewals, how you can kind of work with the community or work into those complaints rather than we keep bringing those topics back or that's one example. Yeah, and then thank you for doing the Cass Bay walkway. That was a thing between roading and parks, but it's great and it's going to be well used and safer. So it was just around that is, you know, when questions do come, that we don't keep bringing it back, but you capture those for when you do your renewals, that we're like, yep, that's sort of, you know, rather than.
That's one of the strengths.
To kind of bring it back all the time.
You've kind of hit on one of the, well, what we hope is one of the strengths of the new structure. We didn't just change for change's sake. Is having those project managers there even for the renewals, inside the team. So basically Bridie's team, you've seen and heard, you know, for a number of years, where the pain points are and where the concerns are, because often we have to answer them. So we take those and prioritize the renewal projects to kind of make sure that we're looking at those issues. In the future. It's good.
Yeah, that's good. It's good to know. Definitely. All right, unless we've got any last questions, I think.
One other just quick point while it's up there, Park Terrace Reserve, Magazine Bay, that is going to be delivered by Capital Vertical because they're doing the Naval Point work at the moment. It's just roll into that. There's quite a lot of synergy between what we need to do there and what's happening there. So it made sense to do that as one package. So that's going to be part of Naval Point renewal.
Fantastic.
What is Capital Vertical? Things that go up. So the capital, so if you're building a structure that goes upwards, so we just have above ground works. They're called the Capital Vertical team. So it's just
They build your tools and libraries and things like that.
Yeah.
Last question from Tony.
Sorry, I came late to the part. I got caught on a phone call. My apologies.
That's all right.
But I wouldn't expect you to, Nigel.
We would have already answered it, but go ahead.
So first of all, just noting Asif's comment about the Wainui toilets, because that's something that's in the regional parks plan building renewals, right? That's in that's in that program of work, isn't it? And
I have to look at who it's I couldn't tell you. Sorry.
Devotionals toilets at the boat ramp. That's something that was specifically noted in the LTP as well. Do you have any thoughts or comments on that? Is that something
probably wrapped up in that too?
It'll be wrapped up in that same that same renewal package.
Okay. Well, that's not that they don't exist.
Oh, okay.
Sorry.
Sorry. I would have to.
So I'm just wondering if there's any. So big on, we love to.
Big deal, especially when they don't go.
It's just not something that like pops into your head and you go, oh yeah, devotionals toilets here, we've got.
No, it's not,
No.
not jumping up to me.
Good to get some comment back on just where that is sitting in the budget.
Yeah.
Because that was something that was specifically an amendment voted for in the LTP.
Okay.
We're going to talk toilets. We also have some feedback on the ones on the recreation ground. They were down for an upgrade renewal.
That's the Akaroa Recreation.
Akaroa Recreation Ground.
Oh, Akaroa, right.
Yeah.
So by the sounds of it, we're very keen to hear something similar to this about the toilets.
Yeah.
Sort of renewal program and / where new projects sit
Mhm.
in budgets.
Yeah.
I think may help if the board can receive like a spreadsheet with just stuff.
Yeah, totally.
That one we got recently was really helpful. Yeah,
Yeah.
you're right, Liz.
Yeah, definitely. Helps us to see where everything's sitting.
Yeah.
So that's fantastic. Thank
that's
you so
good.
much. And thanks for coming today.
No problem.
All over here.
Thank you. This is a two ruling for you.
No, not at all.
Great,
Fantastic.
great news about the park management. That's great.
Yes.
Huge breakthrough.
Yeah.
All right, thanks for having
Thanks so much for your time.
Yeah.
Cheers. Yeah, I'm just double checking. Yep, we are down for a lunch break, 30-minute lunch break. So, minutes, and just on to 25 past.
5 minutes late, well done. Madam.
25 25 minutes past? Yeah, great. Thank you. And those are streaming live. Come back then. Right. Timeframes in the
Good meetings are fast.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're going to do it.
Welcome back, everybody. Had a nice break, hopefully rejuvenating and refreshing break like I did. Lovely break. Okay, so we're going to discuss now. We have a workshop on the draft annual plan. Pen and Liz will be helping us work through this.
Little rough passing going on there.
Yeah.
Well, we're just going to facilitate you guys with it. Sure. So considering the 25-26 annual plan, you will have read the little cover sheet there.
Yeah.
And so you have to provide, the board needs to provide some feedback on the pre-draft information you've been receiving. And today you've had 3 little mini sessions with units, which was really good. Although you didn't get everything covered off that you were wanting to look at. And in the cover sheet for this discussion, this workshop, are the 8, I think there's 8 priorities from the board plan workshop that you just did 2 weeks ago, which have been really useful, I think, for you to hone in on priority areas. Yeah. So I was just going to use a really simple post-it note on the whiteboard method of identifying projects that you want to support. If there is something new, there's a template that needs to be completed. And we want you to have a go at doing it, talking through some of those questions in the template today. If you identify something new that you want to ask for, bearing in mind that, you know, the messages that possibly, you know, not looking for new things, council's not looking for new things. However, that never stops you from thinking about this. I thought I would just launch into some of the post-its. I took some notes while you were going through the sessions today, and we have your board plan workshop stuff. So I thought I would start putting them up, make sure we gather everything that you are possibly going to want to ask about, support, nudge along. Now, Tyrone is a decision maker, part of council on the annual plan, so he can't participate or contribute, but he can answer questions though, because he is privy to information, a level of information that you may not have had access to. And he, of course, could also clarify with the board that his understanding of what the board is after is what we do. So there's some questioning to an exam. So let's start with your board plan priorities. What I thought we'd do is get them up on the whiteboard. I'm not sure if people who are watching on live stream will be able to see, because I really need you to be able to see the board. So I can come around a wee bit further and maybe they'll be able to see.
Yeah. It's a wee bit shiny, to be honest.
A bit shiny.
It probably does need to go back.
Go back. And I can also close the whoops.
Oh no, it's meaning the other way. How you had it. Well, actually, that's just for me. How's it for you guys?
I've got a reflection, so it doesn't matter.
You're okay with reflections?
I'm fine.
Right. Yeah,
Very reflective person.
that's good. I can understand that they can't see that on there, but
We'll make sure that we talk about everything.
yeah, we'll say it out loud.
Yeah. It was really good to Patrick O'Sullivan along today. You asked about the DMP destination management plan and implementation plan. So that would be something that you would be signalling to council that you would still love to see what's happening in that implementation space. That's what I understand you're after there. With that, we had Tourism Infrastructure Fund.
Yes.
2025, so next year we're hoping, expecting, as there has been in the past, there will be another round of Tourism Infrastructure Fund from the government. There's usually quite a short timeframe from when they announce it to when it closes. So your request for the annual plan is around some preparation and forward thinking around what infrastructure items could maybe fit into an application to that fund. You have in the past supported the Little River toilets, which got some funding, and prior to that, Upper Roa toilets. Toilets being a bit of a recurrent theme, of course.
Very important.
And so I popped in there also, I popped the eco-friendly technology toilet as part of that infrastructure fund one, but I have done a separate eco-friendly toilet one because that was a thing on its own for parks. So this is the parks line of things that for that unit. You asked in that's one of your board plan priorities that you, and I don't know that a lot has been done on this, so I'm not sure how aware parks are of your desire to see some really good technology coming in and being used on new public toilets. So this is encouraging parks to look outside the sphere and see what other options are available or could be available for public toilets that use less water, that maybe don't need electricity the same. So that was that one. What's next in your board plan list here?
Maintenance, the new program. Marine structures.
Levels of service and renewal program for marine structures.
Marine structures, so that's a parks, it's a regional parks one. Marine structures, the programs for renewing them, and particularly you're just wanting to have more information about those programs in terms of the detail again. Noting the increased frequency of storms and events, and just wondering how that budget is coping with those increased events and things. How is that? That's more of an information one. How is that looking? What's next?
Solar panels.
Solar panels. So that's a facilities request for information. It's a bit like the eco-friendly toilets. But so what's happening in the solar panels on council facilities space? Is there a plan? Are we looking ahead and wanting to convert, wanting to add to? This is what I think your discussions have been in the past. So what plans, what investigations are underway? So not asking for money, but asking for activity in that area. Yeah. Nodding, I can see some nodding. Sites of ecological significance, I think that's the next one. Again, you're asking for, I'm not sure where that sits actually, in the district planning area. So what's happening in that space? How is it progressing? How would they do, once they've assessed these sites, how do they plan to do future monitoring of those sites? What does that mean? And how do you get more sites added to the list if you think there are more? So you might end up with maybe a briefing or something around that. And then a perennial for you for parks, I have support the Naval Point funding that is existing in the plan, the annual plan and the long-term plan. So that's a nod to how important that is, how important the board sees that activity there. Yes? Is that all of the ones from the board? From the board plan? Is there, are there 8 up here? 2, 4, 6, 7.
What are they saying? Safe walking routes.
Right, so the walking routes, yes, I already wrote that out, when the transport people went got ahead of the game. So transport, we'll do a list for them, school safe routes. So in your board plan, you identify Governor's Bay, Diamond Harbour, Littleton from the west area, getting to main school, and of course Little River, which has had some activity.
I'd like to extend that to not just school walk routes, but tourist walk routes. You know, like bringing in this walkway to Takapaniki. If we're going to attract thousands and thousands of people to Takapaniki, that becomes quite a huge issue, whether that's part of the Takapaniki plan, the funding, or is it something else?
And it's a good question. It is a where we have experienced that already firsthand.
Because the overall traffic management plan has to come into that too, because you've got a pinch point of one-way traffic going down into the park, and they're going to build a new car park down there as part of plan too.
So it's the walking routes?
The walking routes particularly, but there will be some traffic management in the future too.
That is walking along the waterfront, that is towards.
It really starts at the boat sheds and goes around past Garnatane to the lighthouse to Takapaniki.
Yeah,
it's the route that's really, we're trying to encourage access there as opposed to going around a windy road to a Nuku, which is small but dangerous traffic, road traffic.
And that's all on the road or beside the road, isn't it?
Yeah, beside.
Okay.
If possible, you know, we even talked about it, having a boardwalk, you know, which obviously needs more capital investment, so I don't know how that would look like, but the minimum requirement is.
Okay, so I've got under transport, I've got Takapaniki safe walking routes to and from.
Britomart, correct, Takapaniki.
Around.
And
pretty much part of that whole walkway.
Yeah.
And Britomart.
Yeah, and Britomart.
And that's where some of the people to clean things out.
From Autumn Bradley Park to the.
Just going to the boat.
So that would be part of the head-to-head.
Part to head to.
Possibly, though, it's part of the area that the seawall can break. Worried about the seawall already, but it's also part of the there wasn't enough access to that area. So in fact, the park that comes out onto the road.
Is this
this is we'll just chuck a whole bunch of rubble into the harbour and for $1 million and we'll get it sorted.
Charters Bay?
Yeah.
It's called Charters Bay. That would be,
it's the intractable problem of connecting Autumn Bradley Park with.
And is it transport? We think it's mostly transport? Or is some?
It's historically been part of the head-to-head.
Oh, so it's a bit of
thing.
each, probably. Charters Bay?
But it's basically intractable.
Yeah.
I mean, we've been round and round on it. Yeah.
Bradley to.
This is a Howard Buchanan special. Yeah. We love Howard.
You have, I think from memory, you have had responses from them about that, how it would cost a whole lot of parking, which they don't think residents would be that happy about, because they'd have nowhere to park, I think. But anyway, look, I'll put it on the list, so transport park, Charters Bay, Autumn Bradley to Slipway, and there's a seawall involved. Oh yeah, it's that one that, yeah, okay. Seawall.
The one that's going to cost about $3 million.
Yeah.
In 2021.
All right. The other transport one I had connected with the Takapaniki one was the Agro Beach Road, the defined pedestrian footway.
That's the same thing.
Well, it's the beginning of that,
Yes.
but this has been around a lot longer than that. But now there is Takapaniki, because you have had service requests for that in the past. And I know last season they did some stuff like the day before Christmas, weed eating and having a maintenance team around there, but you're wanting to get a more of a defined footway around there. Yeah, and link it with this one. Okay. All right. Continuing on the transport theme, Rākaihautū, the bus stop area, walking to and from cab. Is that, you've raised that this morning, and you obviously, they said they were looking at the bus stop, but you know, it's
Want to
like,
keep on it.
You've got to keep on.
yeah, you say, yeah, we understand you're underway with that, and we're really grateful that you're coming up with some wonderful creative ideas around doing that, yeah?
Can I just clarify? So, sorry, so that's talking about connecting Pony Point with,
Well, that whole area from Cass Bay.
Yeah.
Up the hill, right through to, it's actually right through to Governor's Bay.
yeah. So, yeah, like a footpath.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So that's different, so three Bay, I just picked up Rāpaki Cass Bay.
Sorry,
What are we
just-
talking about?
I mean, because Rapaki to Governor's Bay, that's quite a distance, but if we were to, yeah, and I understand, but like just to get from Pony Point to Rapaki along a path, like, I mean, that's kind of been on the head-to-head walkways.
Yeah.
So it's on the
Scope
radar
for-
already, so it might be less shoveling to get that.
Well, I don't think that'll ever, I don't know if that'll ever go to private land. So.
I mean, it would have to go, it would have to go along the top behind the house that, you know, Michelle's.
Okay, that sounds like quite a bit of detail.
Yeah,
going on
sorry,
here.
too much.
We're not gonna- Andrea.
Just linking into that walkway point, the information that's come out through the coastal hazards adaptation plan, that the walkway from Governor's Bay to Allendale will be let go. That's a core part of that habitat walkway as well, so whether the board will consider.
That's a good reminder, yeah.
Like asking for more bits of it to be put together, one bits of it that are already there.
I'm not going to be maintained, right?
Yeah.
Is it parks? Is it sport? Yes.
Well, it is, that plan is out for consultation, so people may want to keep that. So.
That, we could do that as part of your adaptation planning submission. All right.
So,
For this year, what I would say is, if you start going, yeah, sort it out from there to there, it's a really huge, you'll get a generic response. But if you go specifically, we want to get from Pony Point to Rākaihautū on the road, easy access, what can you do? I think that's much, because it's more defined.
Good call.
Better of response. And it doesn't mean that you can't still have the other stuff in your head. Transport, again, Rāpaki and in a harbour, antisocial road users. So treatments, cameras, question mark. We know that that they're working. We know that some of it's just too hard. However, and that the board can say, this is of real concern to us. We really would like to see something, especially maybe the camera stuff, might be something again defined that you can ask for.
So does this come around, are we going to get to the point where we talk about the wording that we use as well around this? Because this is what got us caught up in our last workshop that we discussed. Our wording was too specific around some of these action points, so we couldn't make any progress on them. So do we?
You mean for your board plan?
Yes, yeah. Are we going to discuss that today?
The annual plan has to be more defined.
Yeah.
Following down.
So in our annual plan, are we going to be doing some wording choicing around these actions?
Well, you need to give staff enough information and understanding so that they can respond to your pre-draft input. So what you're doing with this is feeding into staff so they can try and incorporate your requests and ideas into the draft annual plan. And there'll be some things they come back and they say, sorry, that is not going to make we can't make that great. And now that isn't the end of the story for you, because then the draft comes out and then as a board you do your submission on the draft annual plan, and you can still go, even though it didn't get in the draft, you could say, we really want to advocate for this thing and that thing. Right? So you're trying to influence the pre-draft, which of course is the most powerful place to get something in the draft, because then the whole community gets to have a say on that too.
Okay, thank you.
I've got parks, Upper Row tennis courts, wanting more council funding, less community funding.
Let's take it back to the antisocial drive. Staff were very adamant that we really need to talk to the police, but we can get council to advocate to the police that this is a major issue.
Okay.
Council, is that about police resourcing?
Pardon?
Is that about police resourcing?
It could be.
The police don't actually have the powers, they've already been told us that they have.
They have the powers to deal with speeding.
They could do more things, they have more resources, yes.
All right, after we've kind of got the big list, we'll hone in on, we'll just check the meaning and understanding of them so that we are on the same page. So Akaro is the tennis courts,
Yes.
that's a parks thing. And Three Waters, I just had a couple of things from Three Waters. Flooding of rural origins. I know you've, it's in your board plan, you've talked about it a lot in the past. It's a tough one. And I&I reduction in Akaroa. So I heard you, Nigel, when they were talking about I&I stuff and wondered if you
Well,
wanted to.
the peers are working on that, so I guess.
Yeah.
Thank you for that.
Yeah, that's right. So great. Thank
Yeah.
you so much because it will make such a difference. And that is, you know,
And it's something to say to council. Thank you for doing it.
That's right.
Yeah.
We also, sorry if I can just add to that, like councillors were briefed on a number of things and that did crop up last week.
It did.
Yeah, and about the amount of work that they've done on that
Yes.
and what they've discovered. So there is, so maybe it's like we could just get, you know.
Well, I've asked for a briefing on that anyway.
We have had a small report last week, I
Yeah.
sent to the board. We have there'll be more coming.
Yeah.
That report was about Accra and Devonshire.
Yeah.
So we would like it separated so that we know.
We know what the
What is going on. Yeah.
What's the purpose of separating?
So that we know that the INI issues, council has been telling us that it is main issue in Accra. So is it those 31 properties, majority of them are in Accra or in Devonshire?
Right. They have, I don't think they've done devotion yet.
No.
That's what they said, I read it somewhere.
I think it might be.
Yeah, it is both they're doing.
And places that have challenging access as well.
I think more what's feeding into the sewer plan, going ahead, because there was a comment that was made by council staff that if we fix the stormwater going into the sewer system in Akaroa, there would be no problem with the.
Actually,
Sorry,
we did get an update on it last
refocusing,
Tuesday.
yes, yep.
Yeah,
So,
the other heading, community facilities, so these are things that you have talked about and mentioned before. So Coronation Library at Little River, which they're busy still doing some work on the levels and some budget stuff there. And of course, you've talked about that one for quite some time, and there's a current LTC resolution around this. So I wondered if the board wanted to include that.
And the cottage.
Yeah, sustaining the moving costs for your cottage.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, okay, sustaining,
Because it's already in the plan.
it is. There is $113,000 in the, I can tell you that because I saw it. In the long-term plan to move. And what if it doesn't take that much to use it?
Should we be mentioning the VP meets development?
No, because it's subject.
Subject to constraint.
Yeah, they're doing your bidding
Const-
already,
yeah,
really,
it is,
with
and it's
consultation.
Okay.
Yeah, that's been good. Reserve committees, I had that on my list.
Can I just add something that we talked about with the coastal hazards one? We talked about and how to advocate for getting it on the other side, Akaroa way. Do we just drop it?
Coastal hazards planning.
Yeah, is it kind of in this year or can we still advocate so it doesn't fall off?
Yeah. Did they
Advocating.
put more money in the budget for?
More money in the long-term plan.
Long term, yeah.
So there is money in there.
It's not, I'm not
Yeah.
tax Akaroa as far as I'm aware.
No.
They have more money.
Money.
Was it 1.8 million to operational for climate adaptation work? Didn't specifically say
So,
yeah, but it's a coastal adaptation plan program to boost community preparedness. It will still probably need to advocate for location.
Is it Akaroa that you're advocating for? Is there somewhere else as well?
I think it,
Akaroa,
Akaroa definitely needs one with the water coming through the
Yeah.
pharmacy and.
Your cottage area and stuff.
And
See,
down,
nodding.
and down the Jubilee Park end as well.
What about the
Accra and the
bays?
base, yeah, both.
Yeah, definitely Pigeon Bay.
Yep. Pigeon Bay, we have
yeah, the
flooding issue in
seawall.
Little Accra, Labon's Bay, yeah, so
Caves.
all the bays. Yeah, and they could potentially link to the stormwater structures and roading infrastructure.
It would be helpful if we had an understanding of what their scoping, like how did they figure out what area they can sustainably do within the budgeting that they've got, and then we would have to prioritise. Does that make
It's a very
sense?
good point you make, because when they come into the presentation about the Pūrau, it was not what I imagined would come out.
Right.
You know, I sort of see more barriers rather than enhancing the coastline. I don't know, it just seemed, the scope would be quite interesting, I think, of what that one.
Yeah, because they've only modelled, they haven't modelled every, or they've done modelling everywhere, but it's more detailed in some places.
Six communities they've done detailed adaptation plans for, and they look at areas where there's considerable council assets that could be at risk, whether that's stormwater plants or roading or community hall,
Everyone Bowling Green.
impact on
Landfill. Right, okay, that's interesting.
somewhere like Apple, you would have thought.
Yes.
A big impact.
Yeah.
on-
But there's also Christchurch.
Yes.
And
The
that's
whole
massive.
Christchurch will be affected by.
That's the problem.
Yeah.
And they will have people advocating for that as well, Gillian. We can advocate for our particular area and work on that because there is only a certain amount of funding for it, so.
So is there, now, Asa, you mentioned flooding, which is different to coastal hazards adaptation planning. And we've got flooding of rural origin, but is there something specific around flooding?
So flooding both affects waterways, highways, and access like critical roads, especially in most of the outer bays, they have got single access road. I know there is a planning of upgrading the culverts and things like that, but it is not being translated. You know, we haven't seen it being translated. So this is the place where we could talk about those, specifics. Whether when they talk about stormwater structure, like how they're gonna work and in which areas they have identified and how they have identified.
Okay, so we're after information
Yes.
around dealing with flooding, infrastructure wise,
And they,
separate to coastal hazards.
yes.
Yeah.
But it's not an annual plan plan.
No.
So, but we can ask for specific because in the long-term plan, we talk about generic.
That's right.
So,
Yeah.
but this is the specifics, we can.
We
give
can't
examples.
introduce anything new, is that right? Or we can, but it's gotta be.
We need to look for something else to substitute.
So we are
it.
basically asking what we have, what they have planned.
We can ask that through staff.
Yeah.
The board can ask that for staff advice on that,
So I would like some
It's not-
details on those.
but it's not an annual plan.
Yeah, no, not
Specific
really.
fund. We can ask at any time for that information.
Yeah, so-
Just ask for it.
Yeah, so some of these could be like that, more than one of those things could be, let's get up to speed now, these things, and then from that, because your pre-draft stuff we've got until the
8th of November.
the 8th of November. So if we can distill from today, and distill whether there is anything new you're asking for, but identify the kind of information questions, and then which ones of those you really want, if you wanted to include those in the pre-drafts. Right, well, I've got all that lot. Is there anything missing from here?
It is hard not to think about the stuff that hasn't already been there. There's new stuff coming up all the time. It's really hard to kind of keep that separate to what we've already brought up at some point.
Yes.
That is quite difficult, but I think it's a good range there. How about everybody else?
One thing that could fit under the MP, talked about tourist safety and tourist management in destination. Number of roads are, first of all, they are single, and secondly, the pullover areas we talked about in the past. They are not marked properly, they're not sealed. And just giving tourists an opportunity to pull over safely in areas where they could. And there's signage around those. That has happened overseas really well. And that could be done really simply by, marking the road edges and putting some markings, with the color yellow line. And it basically channeling those people.
This is on the unsealed roads you're talking about?
Both sealed and unsealed. But people drive on those roads quite a lot. Especially Stony Bay. I got a couple of people mentioned that they just end up there.
Yeah.
So those roads are not sealed and they don't read the signs.
And I know that that's part of, oh, sorry, you go.
No, sorry, I remember the great emphasis of all over areas. Is it a Rākaihautū issue or?
Only if it's a highway.
But what if it's off the edge of the highway? How far wide is the highway?
Oh, well, if it's off the side of the highway, it's the highway.
There is a
Lots of the
area.
bay roads are not highways, they are
road
just
reserve.
arterial.
The road reserve.
Yeah. They're council roads.
Okay.
So transport, safe sign pullover areas on any roads on BP. So the high priority kind of ones, transport, bit of a theme. Quite a lot there.
Yeah, and in my number, we've only got about 10 minutes to deliver it, and we've even got that.
Well, the more distilled it is, the more impact it has. If you have a big long list, you.
That's right, you want to hit the target, don't you?
And there's capacity issue. We discussed this in the last workshop, which is what does that mean as far as actions on those things and capacity for staff? That needs to be taken into consideration, as well as, where do we really want to, put our, invest our time in, because it is limited.
If you were to, that's the DMP tourist stuff. If you were to look at like this transport list, for example, because that's quite a bit for the transport unit. If you were to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 things in there, if you were to go, what are the top 2 in here? To put it, what would you choose?
Within the next 12 months to make some inroads.
To submit on the pre-draft, to go, if these were the 2 things that you could get, that you could put the most energy into getting in, then what would that look like?
Would you send that out for us to vote on? Or do we vote on it here?
We're going to have to do it in Nigel, because it's got to be in to the council team by the 8th of November.
Right, okay.
We have a long weekend coming up.
To bring the board.
They've done hard work already.
Could they go, but then yes, can go.
Oh, yeah.
Next year.
Yes.
Next year, only.
Yes.
I see that in Trinity linked with Takapaniki and.
All right, so look, how about standing up, get a bit of blood circulating around the fog. Stand up, come and have a look, and if you each had 5, if you each had numbers 1 to 5, and you came up and you put a number 1 on the paper of your most important thing out of all of those, and you did that 5 times, then we can have a wee look at that.
Okay.
Because it all, as a board, because this is a whole board submission. This is a board submission on the most important things. We can write in we could write in all of those things, but if you're not really pumped for something
and have an impact in its council.
Yeah, obviously it is 5, but if it's not, if it seems even, we'll have more of a discussion.
then we'll draft it differently.
Yes, and that's what you said, there was 7 transport.
Yeah, so 2nd and 3rd, they are the same. The 2nd and 3rd. that we, yeah, you're right, yeah.
Oh, that's the same thing.
Yeah, same, yeah, they are same, second and third.
Sit them together then.
Yeah.
Sit them together.
Yeah.
We're all watching each other. We should all just get up there and elbow.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm coming up. So it doesn't seem like so awkward, okay.
Got 2-1.
Everybody.
Sometimes something's been trained away, but we still give it away. We can keep it. For example,
I can, but then. And I have that
Oh, I see. Yeah, it's not, it's not done by someone, it's done by.
Very true.
Hence me, yeah. Yeah.
Done well.
Yeah.
But it doesn't necessarily mean.
So Ken, so then what do? You give all the ones 5s, all the 2s 4s, all the 3s an element for a numeric score? Otherwise it's gonna, there's X amount of ones.
Or we could just add up the numbers and the smallest numbers. So a 1 is is the Akara Beach Road to Takaniki, the safe pedestrian access through. Because of the visitor stuff we already have on Beach Road anyway, and people go to the lighthouse, and now you've got Takaniki. There's a walkway all the way around up to Takaniki and the Britomart.
There's going to be boardwalks and big massive boardwalks in Takapaniki as well. So
right. Okay. So it takes people up to what's going to be an attractive place that will attract walkers anyway.
So, like flies to a piece of rotting meat.
Yeah. Okay. Great. No, that's not a good analogy. Okay.
Didn't get that. Sorry.
11 and 11. So you've got 2 11s. One is the Allendale Hall. Really wanting. What do you want to be done with the Allendale Hall?
Reopened.
Excuse me. Yep. Could I be so bold as to ask, are you thinking of a short-term fix? There are a couple of options. They do have different dollar signs attached to them. There's a short-term fix of 3 to 7 years that will cost around about 80,000. And then there's a longer-term permanent fix, which has got more zeros. It doesn't have an 8, but it has more zeros.
I think it should go, you know,
the long term probably
preserve them
raising it
short
on
term
stilts.
to start with while planning for the long run.
Okay, short-term fix while planning for the long run?
Yeah.
Yep. You need some
We'll go with
figures
that.
really, but,
Yep.
all right. The other 11 is flooding of rural origins. So when you're thinking of that, you're thinking of the bonds,
Yeah.
Little
Right.
River,
Eastern base.
Eastern Bays.
Kakarata.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry. Is it-
Yeah. And so then 10 is the I&I reduction for Akaroa, just really supporting a focus on that, so that the numbers, the volume stuff can come down.
Yeah.
They are doing that, so that's cool. 9, sites of ecological significance. That's information, it's an information one.
Yes.
It's a good one to say
Strategy
we're really
going on,
keen to progress that. 8, Coronation Library at Little River.
There's another 9 up there.
Oh, another 9, the DMP, implementation plan stuff. Okay. Quite good. Coronation Library. 8, we've got 7 is the Tourism Infrastructure Fund with the really friendly, eco-friendly toilets. And the Akaro tennis courts. Oh, you've got some support there, Nigel.
Couple of tenants there.
Transport in a harbour, Rapaki. Yep. And flooding again, waterways, highways, single access. Well, that's being worked. That kind of goes with that one, doesn't it? Flooding of rural origins.
Yep.
Yeah.
That would make
Do you
it
get the
16. That would make that the second highest one.
Which has there's some logic around it.
Yeah.
So it does reflect
Especially
what
when it's but-
triennial plan kind of.
Your board plan.
Yeah,
It does.
Can I just make a very quick observation on this process as well? There's a numerical disadvantage that our Wairewa representative has in this conversation, but so for example, things like the Coronation Library, the rest of the board might not be as aware of how important that is to the local community of Little River.
That's democracy, yeah.
Exactly, it's not
Yeah,
a poor form of government. But it's
The gateway to all of the peninsula.
Rwanda has the same problem.
Well, I think that's really fair because, you know, we get you and the Peninsula gets hit with the population argument all the time. So you're right, it's not fair. We should have given them double points. Because you had 2 everywhere else, right? Even one goes.
So Coronation Library and the Allendale Hall would have been bumped up.
Yeah, that's right, because it would have been another 4, which is 12. So that, yeah.
Yeah, because double points means that you get to another 1 and a 2,
Yeah.
or 2 1s. You get 1 to 5 twice.
Yeah.
I don't know about that.
But it's high up there.
Because I mean, and again, like because access to Takapuniki, while a very laudable thing, that's the sort of like a new thing that I've heard. Whereas like things like the Allendale Hall and the library have been on radar for quite some time and have still haven't quite got over the line.
Excuse me, Mr. Advocate.
The Beach Road, that has been there a long time.
Right.
Yes.
And Richardson days.
Okay, right.
Is it in the long-term plan though? That's
And
what I'm wondering.
Peninsula's been there for a while.
Oh, yeah, but there's huge amounts of money
Yeah,
on
but it's
budget for
being
Pātaka.
developed really quickly. We're talking the next stage being completed by Matariki next year.
Yeah.
So there's going to be a massive boost in numbers.
So
going
in
around.
the Takapeniki budget, do they have money to improve the walking
I
access?
don't believe.
Within
they
the
do.
reserve, but not outside.
I'm just curious about the criteria. So like if we did put that, and it hadn't been put up in the LTP, we put it in the annual plan, that might just be, is that like a waste to put that in there? Is it going to be not looked at at all because it hasn't been mentioned?
That's what
I don't think the council will be doing triangulation around those.
Well, they have said that they will, so
That's new money.
that's what I'm wondering.
It's
They'll be looking for
which
energy.
project we are talking about?
You're talking about the Akaroa pedestrian way, the footway?
The council has already put a significant.
I'm trying to remember if we mentioned
time. They gave a presentation a couple of months ago or last year.
But it's not in the
It has
annual plan.
been in there.
I think it depends
That's
what
why
you're
it is here.
asking for
Okay.
in your submission. If
Yeah.
you say, we would really like to see, like, some of what you're doing here is signaling for the next long-term plan.
Yeah.
So if you start raising it, you get it into the awareness of a unit. So it's like, this isn't new, and then when you do your next LPP one, this isn't new, we've been asking, because you have already for a while, for that, for example.
Okay, no, I was just checking on the process with that. Thank you.
Is there anything else? Like, I think there's quite a bit there.
Oh, yeah.
That we can work.
To put the top 5.
I think it's good.
I don't
It's
know.
like making a Christmas list, isn't it? There's only so much you're going to get away with.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah. Depends how
Ferraris.
Father Christmas, the generous Father Christmas is.
Yeah. I think you, so.
Well, it could come out of another part of the council's budget vis-a-vis all this 1 kilometre from every sports field or something thing. You know what we speak?
Yeah. Well, that's actually not a bad idea.
It's a slide. It's a slide.
Oh, just the extra funding that was put in for community sports facilities and the, development. So, a lot around like all weather football pitches, for example, but like 85 million on the budget. And yeah, just that program of work. It's not an unreasonable thought.
Okay.
Roger.
It's only a little bit.
So
We're only
you-
probably looking at another 100 grand.
Right, so there's new money in for sports field development, all weather kind of stuff, is that what you're saying?
Yeah, it was a big chunk of the LTP, yeah. Just
Okay,
like
so,
essentially like pushing up all our sports fields and
oh, right, okay.
creating a lot more all-weather services and that sort of stuff.
Okay, so you'd like-
presentation as
So you'd
well.
like
It
to
was
ask,
kind of mostly about like football, rugby fields and that sort of stuff, but
there were courts as well.
Yeah,
but having
absolutely.
all weather,
Yeah.
more, the all weather court.
Yeah.
For this part.
Which is
or umbrella.
fixed.
So we could ask for a slice of a pie that's already in the.
I think that
Okay.
seems right.
That
It's
sounds
certainly worth asking the question,
I
isn't
can
it?
see Liz dropping that down, that's a good idea.
Very good idea.
Can we?
Thank you.
Just
Not just a pretty face.
the flooding of the waterway that, can't just talk to them about.
Well, they're just going to move it. I think they're going to move things away a wee bit further. Flood-proof all weather. The transport one, did you see in there that they had 20,000 for BP minor safety works or something? This morning. So you could ask for those areas to be a priority within that $20,000. And maybe you need to pinch some from another area.
Are you talking about beach road there?
No, I was talking about the school safe routes. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I couldn't see the report.
Yeah, no, of course you couldn't because I was away.
You college didn't get any points But that money's
No,
already there, isn't it?
look, the money's there to move it. The board would like to see something, I've been very clear, we want to see something happen to it. See if it will
It's gotta
go
go,
to beat
gotta
their
move.
mates. If it doesn't go to beat their mates, it'll come back and the board will put it somewhere else. So, yeah, that's good.
We've done a weekend for that, really, for that.
And we've talked about that. We haven't talked about this. There hasn't been anything current come to the board, but there's that's because staff are still working on, the tenders came in quite a bit higher than the budget, so they're looking at how to save some money on that. If you want to save, make sure you do it. It is, and the community, of course, has been just waiting and waiting.
And it'd be a collaboration with the community to help, get that number down, I don't know.
Well, the community's already taken it on, they've already started gathering all the fittings and they're already doing planning and programming to utilise it. But waiting because it's come back over.
So sorry, can I be, because the writing's small, what's the ones on the left hand side, the 9 at the top?
This one?
Destination management plan.
Destination management plan.
I'm going to take a photo.
It doesn't take a lot of money.
Most of it's just asking, a lot of it's asking for information. The flooding stuff, now, we've got flooding working group, we've got one for Wairua, Little River, that's active. The board funded, out of your Better Off fund, you funded $20,000 for some modelling, which is coming, it came back sort of, but it's coming back proper, again, to the community, to the flooding working group. And then I suspect, when that comes back and they've got all their different scenarios done, I suspect, who's tried, Lynn, you're trying this, won't they kind of go, great, we'd like that scenario, we'd like part of this scenario, or we'd...
Yeah, so it's finding out what's going to be most effective and potentially what's going to be most achievable and effective for mitigating flooding. So it's not about finding a solution, it's finding something that helps with reducing the impact of flooding. It could be, and then we'll decide where can we fund that, and that could be like lots of stakeholders involved in that. So
Okay, so you might want to signal that there's still work in research and modelling being done. Some of us that in the future would really like to see some budget
support equals flooding mitigation. Cool.
Is there anything else anyone wants to comment on?
I think so. What happens next as far as where this goes with staff? Sorry.
Well, just one thing. Did the board have a comment or just around Donald Street stables at all?
Good point.
No. Well,
No, we just
it didn't. You've been focusing on Coronation Library and which is one of those heritage.
Not that there's a lot that the board could do, but it's kind of like something. Perhaps.
They're just reporting back, aren't they?
Yeah.
You've got nothing.
Christchurch NZ will get back.
You've got nothing to progress.
No.
Okay, we'll put it on the long list for LTP.
Well, there may be nothing to add. It's just, I guess, the board might be supportive of proposals.
Well, there's no proposals.
Don't know. Haven't seen it.
Yeah.
Or we have.
Well,
you've also got Kukupa, which you're waiting. You're waiting for that as well. So there's kind of like a backlist. Joe.
Just wondering if with the Littleton Museum, there was the resolution for the long-term plan around working with them on funding proposal, which you're aware that they are working up, but we just a general comment on
good point.
Supporting funding increase for the museum or
advocating for the Littleton Museum.
Yes. I'll support anything like that.
Yeah. Definitely. All right. Did you catch that one, Liz?
Yeah, I've got it in my emails.
Tyrone, is there anything else in terms of the council view that you've been looking at where you
you know, the board might be interested and they've already had discussions, or like state thing, or?
Yeah, well, I mean, the wastewater treatment plant's really but yeah, that's probably the main one. That's, yeah, but I think we capturing all the.
Yeah, yeah.
We can't do much with that as a resource consent.
Well, I mean, it's just something to be aware of, isn't it? Like it's in our patch and.
Yeah, it's on our radar.
Couple of things. I just love seeking the board's opinion, not interfering with us, but some continued support for your reserve committees and.
Oh, yes.
Oh, nice.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
The head-to-head walkway.
Yeah.
Continue to support that.
Oh, yeah, now that you
Do
start
or
bringing things
don't.
up.
I mean, you can't say anything to them.
No, it's all right.
Yeah.
So the next thing is that I will take this wonderful mosaic away and draft up
Yep, sounds good to me.
a pre-draft annual plan, which I'll have out to you before the end of the week. And give you a date when we need it all back.
Yeah, yeah.
If there's something particular that you as an individual really need to do, you don't have to wait for the drafting plan to come in as a submission. You cannot do an individual submission.
Right, so we're doing this now, and we're just with what you sent through, we're checking to make sure it fits with what was said today.
Yep, and reply to all when you do that, so you're all in the loop of what you're each saying.
Nothing new.
Yeah,
at that stage.
We'll get it to council, and then Lynn will be presenting some.
Mid-November. That's all we've had.
Yes.
Okay.
Board chairs are doing a workshop-y kind of presentation to council around the annual plan. But Lynn and Nigel, maybe Nigel, will be doing the monthly council presentation beginning of November, the 6th, I think it was. And we thought that was quite also a good opportunity to just pre-highlight maybe some of the.
That'll clash with the tourism conference.
Oh, does it?
It does.
Oh, are you going to be away at that?
Well, that's all right. Lynn's not going away.
No, she's not going away.
Yeah.
I'll represent the team.
Yeah. I'll support you. I'll cheerlead. All right, then, that's fantastic. Thank you.
Very good. All right, well done, time-wise too.
Is that us?
Well, we need to close the meeting if you've done everything there, Peggy.
I've got a couple of things on the run sheet. Liz provided for me.
We need to close.
We need to close first though.
Right. Oh, yes.
Yeah, so I'll finish up with the karakia. So I think it's Anati karakia. Is that how I pronounce that? Okay, I'll figure that out a little later. Practice makes perfect. Ona here, ona here, ona here, ki te uru takanui. Kia wātia, kia wātia, kia wātia, te wāia, ki te ara tākata. Koera e oro, whakairia ake i runga. Tina, tina, uie, taie.